this is Jim, and it's time for quite possibly the final WWFree. It is currently March 26th, 2021 at 7:04 p.m. I have Bill here with me. How are you doing, Bill?
I'm doing good, Jim.
We are just hours away from the debut of Bill Learns Kingdom Hearts, myself and Bill. But first, on that road, we have this episode of WWFree. And joining us also for this episode of WWFree, Angry Kuter. How are you doing?
I am awesome, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. So I asked both of you to give me 3 WrestleManias that are currently being offered for free on the WWE Network. And
I also were good.
I also gave 3 as well. And the way I was going to work this out is if one of ours matched, that would be the one that we did. 2 of mine and Bill's matched. And so with that in mind, Kuter, it's going to be your choice to go between the 2 that me and Bill both agreed on. For those that want to know the entire list, mine was WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 24, and WrestleMania 35. Bill's was WrestleMania 5, WrestleMania 24, and WrestleMania 35. And Cooter's was WrestleMania 4, WrestleMania 29, and a very weird WrestleMania 37 Night 2.
Well, I was trying to make it an easy night for you guys. Come on, that's the shortest one on the list.
Well, that is true.
Because I picked WrestleMania 1 because I thought that was the shortest one on the list.
35 is 5 hours. That could hurt. What were the other ones?
No, the choice is between 35 and 24 for you. We're going to have you choose that it got down to the final 2 here. Because me and Bill both agreed on 24 and 35 on our list. So it's between those two.
Let's do 24 because you know what? I mean, I could talk about 35 all day since I was in the press box, but you know.
Okay, so while we all set up, remember to put no captions on, closed captioning, and get to the first second of the WrestleMania 24 show. While we all make our way there, let's give some background on why we chose what we did. For me, very easy. I think WrestleMania 1 is actually shorter than Night 2 of WrestleMania 37. Maybe I'm wrong. And then 24, I'll explain why I picked it. And then 35, I was going for it's the last one that had fans. So let's do that. Bill, give us your reasoning for WrestleMania 5 and 35.
Okay, with WrestleMania 5, I just thought it's a complete random show, but it's kind of fun to watch. And of course, Hogan and Savage is the main event. With 35, I actually liked that show, and I didn't see it live when it happened. I watched it the next day because I was coming back from New York City. So that's why I chose 35.
You weren't at 35?
I was not at 35. I was at the Ring of Honor show in Madison Square Garden the night before.
Oh, I'm more jealous. Oh, God.
And Cooter, how about you? Out of curiosity, are either of you having a problem with it? Never mind. It now started playing. Cooter, what were your reasoning for your 3?
Let's see. I picked 29 because it was another one that I was at. I picked 4 because I always liked the tournament. And obviously 37 just because it was what I thought would have been shorter. And I would have enjoyed watching that Bray Wyatt Cena garbage because, I mean, with such trashy pay-per-views comes really, really great commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And that would have been fun for us. I truly believe that.
Okay. All right, so here we go. I'm on 1 second. Are both of you on 1 second on WrestleMania 24?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to go press play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. So like I said, it is right now 7:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on March 26th. And when we're recording this and we're looking at WrestleMania 24, this was the first show, and you could tell it's raining. This is the first show that started their now regular WrestleMania in a stadium, I believe, right?
I think so.
Because 23 was in a regular arena.
Was this in the bowl over there in Florida?
This was in Florida, and I guess this is a good time to say why myself and Bill chose this as one of our three. You want to go first, Bill?
This was just a fun WrestleMania from beginning to end. It's almost in my top 10 of WrestleManias. It's just a fun show.
All right, and for me, I was at this show. So
wow.
I was, and to be honest with you, I think this is, in my opinion, and to be fair, I haven't watched a bunch of WrestleManias in the last couple of years. This is the one I'm like, was this the last great one that I saw?
Mm-hmm.
Again, I have not watched a lot of WrestleManias, probably past 28. I would see things here or there or listen to things, and especially in the last, I think last year's WrestleMania was the first WrestleMania I saw in full since, I believe, WrestleMania 28.
Wow.
And the only reason I watched that is because I had COVID, and literally nothing else was going on in the world because of the pandemic. So under other circumstances, I don't think I would have watched last year's WrestleMania. Let's talk about the format real quick for this show. So this is going to be a 4-hour show because WrestleMania 24 clocks in at roughly 3 hours and 49 minutes. For this hour, we're going to be bringing our regular topics of wrestling and non-wrestling. The second hour, more of the same. The third hour, focusing on this year's WrestleMania. And then the final hour, kind of like discussing, for me, what is really driving me away from wrestling again, why I'm going to take a break, what could bring me back, and if there's anything that you two want to add that, like, is there something that would make you leave, or are you close to doing that right now? So with that in mind, Kuter, why don't you start us off with a topic? As we just saw John Legend performing, I guess, America the Beautiful. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, it was America the Beautiful.
What kind of topics in the first hour are we doing here?
Freeform, like our usual show. It's not till the third hour when there's actually a format.
All right. Well, why is it you always think that they picked America the Beautiful and not the national anthem?
That's an interesting first topic. All right. Bill, what do you think?
I think because, and this is just a guess, I think Vince likes America the Beautiful more, probably feels it's more patriotic than the Star Spangled Banner.
I'm leaning towards, which one do you think is the more singy soul? Because for America the Beautiful, go America, America. And then the stars, I feel like that's the more singy one, right?
I would think so, yeah.
And I think that's part of it because he wants whoever to perform to get everyone impressed by the vocal skills of whoever's going to do it.
Oh, I have a different theory.
Sure, what's your theory?
Before any televised event, they always do the Star Spangled Banner.
What do you mean by you mean televised sporting events?
Well, any televised WWE event, I should say, like Raw or SmackDown. If you're going to a live event, for anything WWE, they always do the Star Spangled Banner. It's like okay, it's that one time a year where we're gonna do something different, and that is America the Beautiful, and I completely respect that, and I think that's a pretty damn good reason.
That's fair. I could probably buy into that. Okay, so I don't think that, obviously that wasn't a long topic, so we'll give you another one. What's your next topic?
All right.
Or do you want Bill to go first? I don't know if you're not ready.
No, I've got plenty. I mean, if we can go. What is your top 5 WrestleManias?
Okay. Very hard for me, but Bill, why don't you take this one first? I'm sure you probably have this ready.
Actually, I have my journal.
You have a journal?
Yeah, I have a journal because I did this list like a couple years ago.
Do you write to your journal?
No, I don't. I'm not like Doug Funny. Alright, so this would have been about 4 or 5 years ago I did this list.
Okay.
So-
Okay. This is big news to me. So here's my question to you. What made you wake up one day and you're like, I'm going to make a journal of my... Well, is it just the top 5 WrestleManias, or did you like go list crazy or something?
I just did top 10.
Okay. But what made you want to wake up and do this?
I think I was going to be on somebody's podcast, and it was like, oh, what are, like, could you come up with a list of your 10 favorite WrestleManias? So, like, I wrote down, like, a certain amount. I didn't write all of them, obviously. And then I just went from there to pick the 10, and then, so yeah, I think this is about 5 years ago, this list.
Okay. All right, so it won't include any of the last 5 years of WrestleMania then?
Probably not, no.
Okay, that's fair.
Of course, like I said, it could this list could change,
in a heartbeat, right?
It could, yeah. Number 5, I have WrestleMania 31. I just thought it was a fun show with that ending, especially.
What was the main event?
That was Roman and Brock and Seth cashed in.
Oh, yes, okay.
Number 4, WrestleMania 7. Which I just love that show. I mean, you got Warrior, Savage, and Hogan Slaughter's kind of a fun match. 3, the now controversial WrestleMania 6.
All right. I'm sure one of you are going to bring that up later.
Wait, WrestleMania 6 is controversial?
What? Oh, you don't know that? Well, I'm sure Bill will bring it up later.
Yeah, I'll
as a
probably
topic.
bring it up a little later.
We'll talk about that later. Let's stick with this one, though.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Or if Peter wants to bring it up later, you can too. But anyway, go ahead, Bill.
My number 2 is WrestleMania 30. I mean, that was the Daniel Bryan show, and that crowd was amazing. Made me kind of jealous that I didn't go to that one.
Oh, that was Hogan's famous Botchamania right at the beginning?
Because I had gone to
the Silver Dome.
Brother. I had gone to the one in not Giant Stadium, MetLife Stadium the year before.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to joke with you and say, they robbed me of my America the Beautiful moment, because instead of that, I got Chris Christie there.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Because I think it was like after Hurricane Sandy. And my number 1 is WrestleMania 3. That's just like the top WrestleMania for me. It just tremendous show from beginning to end. Even the bad matches are fun to watch.
All right, so for me, first off, the number 1 will probably always be WrestleMania 17, for sure. All the rest of them that I'm about to say are probably going to be interchangeable, or even changed at some points in my life, because I always, as Bill can attest to, I always say that it's very hard for me to pick a favorite of anything, because my tastes change almost constantly. So I'll say WrestleMania 20 as well. That's definitely up there. Which I was at that one too, because I was at the Garden. Let's see, what would I say after that? Probably. This one's probably up there now that I'm thinking about it. I remember really liking this event. For a number of reasons, which we'll probably get into as the event goes on. That's 3. Let's see. I'm just thinking. I feel like I liked WrestleMania 12. That's 4. Again, not in those aren't in order, just WrestleMania 17.
Right, just 17, number 1.
Right. I feel like I also liked WrestleMania 23.
Oh, that is a good one.
Ooh, you make me want to change my list right now, you motherfucker.
Well, it's too bad because you're up, so you better make some tough decisions real quick here.
Oh, man. See, I'm a plain Jane. I couldn't pick 5. I had to pick 6. But 2 of them were for the same reason. 29, because that was my first one in the crowd. and it's tied with 35 because I was in the press box, like I said before, with Credo. Just two completely different experiences than watching it on TV. Just really, really cool for me.
Okay, I would like to ask you something about WrestleMania 35 after your list. So go ahead. Continue.
Okay. Let's see. So I put that at the 5 spot. The 4 spot, I got WrestleMania 8. It's the first one I ever ordered in my house.
Oh, it's such a fun show.
Yes, and you know what? That was the first double main event, and you had Hogan and Sid, and that was that really crappy Return of the Warrior where he looked like he hadn't, he looked like a flat tire, and then of course you had that classic Savage and Flair match. To me, that's got to be Flair's best WWE match ever. I mean, just from top to bottom, I can still watch that on a regular basis. Anyway, at 3, I put WrestleMania 7, just like Bill did, because that really is the first one I ever saw, and I must have watched it 300 times. A buddy of mine broke his leg, and we recorded it for him. And I would go to the hospital because he was in the hospital for 6 weeks with a pin in his leg. And he'd always make me watch this show every fucking time. But, I mean, that just also led into, that was the build-up for the first pay-per-view I ever ordered at my house was SummerSlam 91. So you had that Virgil and Million Dollar Man first match with Piper was training him. And then you had the Hogan and Slaughter. Just a fun card, like Bill said. It really was. Great storytelling in that event. And number 2, WrestleMania 17. I mean, come on. That goes, you don't even need to explain that. All I got to say is Hardy's, Edge and Christian, and the Dudleys, game over. Right. Forget everything else, even though the rest of that card, top to bottom, is awesome. But, I mean, come on.
Especially the gimmick battle royal.
Yes.
Listen, Bubba. Iron Sheik, number 1.
I remember being so excited for that gimmick battle royal.
But by the time Iron Sheik gets to the ring, it'll be WrestleMania 37.
I don't care. I'm a Sheik fan from day one. I always thought he was hilarious, even back then. Number 1 for me is WrestleMania 18, and people think that I'm a dick for that, but that just had great matches on there. Rock vs. Hogan, in my opinion, is arguably one of the best told matches story-wise. Not necessarily in-ring work, but I mean, they told an amazing story in that match. And not to mention, Flair vs. Undertaker, to me, is one of the most, underrated matches ever. I just love Arn Anderson coming in that match, and there was just so much other fun stuff on that card.
So 2 things. I'm gonna get to my question for you in a second, but just listening to you talk, I realized that I would want to switch one of mine.
Which one?
So I want to put in WrestleMania 10 because that was actually my first WrestleMania, and it was a pretty damn good show.
Absolutely.
And because so for that, I'd probably take out 23 and put 10 in.
That's fair.
And then my question for you in your WrestleMania 35 experience was, were you stranded there?
Oh, hell no.
So you didn't have to rely on public transportation.
Listen,
that was a big thing on that one.
I have a big shadow bag. I'll send you guys a picture later, but I still have my press badge and my parking pass. I could literally spit on the building from where I got to park.
That's what I remember hearing from WrestleMania 35, the public transportation situation. And I remember
thinking, I drove because I was at a hotel right around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
When I went for 29, I stayed in the same hotel and I walked from there. But because we had to take in all the camera equipment, because I was on the floor for the pre-show, filming B-roll, and when we made our way up to the press box for the rest of the event, we just had to we had to go back to the car, put all our stuff away because they wouldn't let us bring all our stuff up there. And it was just, but by the time we got out, we were so close to the to the exit and we weren't in general admission parking, we could just go wherever we wanted. And we literally hit the highway. I was back at my hotel in 12 minutes.
Right. Yeah, like I said, that was the big story because I remember the next day in work, people talking about it, and I was like, you know what? Because I had read like WWE was blaming New Jersey Transit was blaming WWE. I'm like, you know what? These two fucking companies deserve each other. Anyone who knows me,
it was 5+ hours.
Well, I know which is why you probably didn't choose it for tonight. But I was like,
there's a great card. But by the time you got to the main event, like even everybody in the building was spent.
I mean, it's 5 hours. Like that's a long ass time. Not to mention if you really were there for the whole time, you're like doing pre-show and I assume there was a dark match,
dude.
I mentioned it was a dark match.
A dark match. There were 2 battle royals, and that was the cruiserweight title match was on the pre-show.
Okay. By the way, so I barely remember the feud between JBL and Hornswoggle, but I actually am enjoying this hardcore match. It's pretty good. That was a good spot, getting just whacked in the head. Okay, so Bill, why don't you give us a topic?
Okay, so WWE this week, and I didn't even know they did this until like 2 days ago. They did a list of the top 50 female wrestlers like from 1993 on. And they came out today, the 26th of March, with their top 5. I have the list in front of me.
Okay, let's do just the top 10.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let's do the top 5 because there are like some women on here, and I'm like, should they really be that high? But,
right. I'm sure I'm gonna have a problem with this list. I don't even know what's on it.
Again, this is from 1993.
I mean, I'll say right now, it's from what? Say it again.
93 on.
Okay, so I'm sure, like for me, 2 people that should be in the top 5 are Chyna and Sable.
I want to punch you right in the head right now.
Why?
Sable as a top 5.
You're gonna tell me that she wasn't as over as some of the biggest stars of the Attitude Era at that time?
Pause. I'm not talking about as a wrestler.
Is that what this is? Is it wrestlers or just biggest? So I'm assuming
Yeah,
Sunny's not on this list?
What's the criteria for the list?
So is Sunny not on this list then? Because if that's the case, then Sunny's not on the list.
It's the 50 greatest women superstars.
What does that mean? Once again, WWE vague as hell.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Does that include just people who are just managers?
Because if you're going by just wrestling, I'll definitely agree with you, Kuter. But if you're going by like draws and whatnot, then Sunny and Sable better be on the top 10.
Okay, that I'll agree with you in. But you know, like again, WWE and their
I'm sure Becky Lynch is on the top 10. I'm sure. I don't even know. I guarantee you, I'll think like at least 7 of the top 10 are bullshit.
I guarantee you that asshole, what's her name, Ronda Rousey is in the top 5, and I'm gonna want to punch a baby.
All right, so look, there's a lot of pressure on you, Bill, right now because you're about to have 2 angry people.
Yes.
And you're the one that brought up this topic, so it's all your fault. Because then I'm going to talk about something happy, like something on HBO Max or something. So go ahead.
All right, here's their top 5. 5 is Asuka.
She should be on the top 5 of all time. Okay, I'm already mad.
4, Chyna.
Should be higher.
Okay.
3, Becky Lynch.
What a shock.
Oh, yeah, really? That means she's coming back soon.
2, Charlotte Flair.
Okay.
Not 5. I don't know if I'd say top 5. I think she should be up there, though. Like, in general, like a high number.
Right. 1, Trish Stratus.
I'm not mad at this list.
She is... I still say Trish Stratus is, like, one of the most overrated ones. Like, of all time.
All right,
I definitely don't. I think she should be up there. I just don't think 1. But I'm also not surprised on the way this company, like, kind of touts her all the time.
Okay, to bring up some names that you guys brought up.
Yes.
Ronda Rousey, number 9.
Oh, so she was close.
Mm-hmm.
For a
Four-way
fucking year, she was in the business for a cup of fucking coffee.
Sable, number 16.
should be higher.
Uh,
Ugh.
number 23, Stephanie McMahon.
So it's like I said, we don't know. It based on what I'm hearing here, it seems just like in general, not just wrestling. Because
Right.
Stephanie McMahon would be nowhere on this list then.
And, well, Sunny is not on this list.
Okay.
That's not a shocker.
And the Bella Twins, number 26.
I'm not mad at this because
I am.
Who was 5 is Asuka, arguably as dominant as she was in
That's-
NXT.
Past
I love it.
1993.
No,
I
that's the
would
only one I
put
would
Lita
debate.
over Asuka.
I agree with that.
Hey, look who it is.
No,
Lita's
I
number
know.
2.
I would say Lita over Becky Lynch.
Hey, here's a more important woman on the screen right now.
Kim
The
Kardashian.
guest hostess. Here's a
Well,
question.
I totally forgot that this whore was on WrestleMania.
Hey, at least she doesn't say the dumbest thing on this entire show. Raven Simone does later.
Here's a question.
Oh my God.
Is this the first year, because I don't remember being in WrestleMania 23, that there's a host/hostess?
Oh, that's a good question.
Was there one for 25?
I want to say no.
I'm pretty sure there was one for 26. I just don't remember who it was.
Right.
I was gonna say I thought maybe Kim Kardashian was the trailblazer in host/hostesses. Hey, I'll be honest with you. At least she's better than who the fuck they're bringing in this year. Okay.
Tell me how funny that is. Come on. That's got to be a fucking joke right there. You have Titus O'Neil.
Well, look, hold on. Before we get into that, that's later. That's hour
Okay.
number 3.
Okay.
I want to be talking about non-wrestling topics in a little bit here.
Joma.
Phil, what do you think about the of the list?
I can't complain with Trish at number 1. I'm not gonna complain. If I had a complaint, it's just where they put some women ahead of others, but it's not really a big deal. Plus, like you said, it's WWE. They change their list like every 5 minutes anyway.
That list
so.
is just as credible as the WWE Hall of Fame.
Right.
Ouch.
I mean, it's true. No credentials, no pre-qualification, no voting system. What do you want? All right.
Great.
New.
I'm going to tell you though, on that list, the only one I'm mad at is Becky. And I agree. You have to have Lita in your top 5. I'm not even mad at Charlotte because when you look at what she's done, is women's wrestling going to be as popular as it is without her today? I'm going to say no.
Question: is Moolah on the list or no because of what was going on with her?
She's too busy pimping hoes. And
She's not on the
Which
list.
is probably why Sonny's not there. So at the very least, we can say this list is political. All right.
But you
So-
got to remember, Moolah wasn't wrestling in '93.
Right.
Oh, but you know what? If you're counting everybody who was just like Stephanie on TV, I see what you're saying. Because her and Mae Young, is Mae Young on the list?
No, she wasn't.
Really?
Nice. Another bullshit list. Okay, look, let's move on here. So I just was curious if either of you saw or are even into, and even it's weird I'm going to bring this up because I'm kind of not into it, but I decided to watch the trailer earlier today of Suicide Squad. Are either of you interested, and did you see that? And I got to tell, so that's the first part of this. Do either of you like that kind of stuff? Suicide
Of course.
Squad.
Well, are we talking about the new movie or
The new one. There was a trailer that was released literally earlier today.
I haven't seen it, but I'm very interested because I actually like the one that was in the movies beforehand, the older one.
Okay, because I watched it and I was kind of like, I don't know if I like this, but I don't think I've really. No, I did see the first one. I'm sorry, I don't remember too much of it, but I saw the first one. What is your level of interest then, Kuter, for the new Suicide Squad? High, medium, low?
Anything DC, because I'm a big collector when it comes to just all Marvel and all DC movies. but I'm more of I like the DC animated stuff is really great, but because of, the Snyder cut, it makes me have hope that they're going to try to do a better job with some of these DC movies. I wasn't mad at the first one. I didn't think it was a terrible movie. We had some great performances from Will Smith and Margaret Robbie. Jared Leto, I mean, that was lackluster, but again, he made up for it in the Snyder cut. So I'm very curious about what they're gonna do, because I haven't seen the trailer yet. But I got high hopes for it. I really do.
Okay. Bill, I'm assuming you don't have any interest in the DC movies?
Well, I haven't seen the trailer. I do want to see the trailer. As far as the movies go, I gotta be honest. The first Suicide Squad I thought looked good because Will Smith was in it, and he has times where he's very good in movies. Margot Robbie, like Kuter said, she's just very good. She's just very, very good. Jared Leto, it could go either way as far as like if I would watch it with him or not. I'm not really that picky. But I mean, like I have seen some of like the Marvel movies. I do want to see Wonder Woman 84 just to see if it's as bad as everyone says it is.
I feel like part of that reason, and I don't know if I might have even brought this up to Kuter or someone who was on a previous WWFree. I think part of the reason, because I'm in that camp of like I didn't like the new Wonder Woman, was it got released the same day as Pixar's Soul on Disney Plus.
That.
And Soul was so good, and I think my mistake was I watched Soul first. And I know it's not, in theory, it's not fair to compare the two because they don't reach the same genre, but they did get released on the same day and can be accessible easily to watch back to back. So I don't know if I would have felt differently if maybe I would have watched Wonder Woman first and then Soul.
Right.
But I've heard that and I don't remember if I've seen it. The first one was way better. Kuter, what's your history with Wonder Woman?
Yeah. So the first Wonder Woman movie was incredible. It's probably the best out of all the DC movies. I mean, you could make the argument. I mean, like all the DC movies that have come out, you figure you've had Man of Steel, which was okay. You've had Batman vs Superman. You had Justice League, Wonder Woman 2. You had Aquaman. You had Shazam. But arguably, the first Wonder Woman's probably, if not top 2. And nobody will argue that. The second one, it depends who you ask. I really enjoyed the second one because it wasn't typical in a sense where, like, I don't want to do a spoiler, ending, but it just proves that you don't need like the huge knockout fight at the end, and it basically said like people can. You don't need a superhero to be the hero. People themselves can be heroes.
Right.
Okay.
And I enjoyed that because it was something different as opposed to the same knockout, drag out affair.
Okay, that's fair. The one thing I also want to bring up here is what you mentioned a little bit. But before I do that, so right now we're looking at Money in the Bank. This would probably be only the fourth Money in the Bank at this point.
Who I think it is? Oh, you know who I thought that was? For some reason, I thought that was Benoit.
One thing I really like about this event that I'm noticing now is that I don't know why, but I like the setup of how it looks, and also how you slowly. I guess this could really be said for all the other events that are in an outside stadium, but how it not quickly, but how it's like little by little going tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Like the JBL match was.
You know what's crazy?
Like crazy.
You know what else is crazy? Look how many people are still in WWE.
I would say that's a problem.
Let's see, MVP, Morrison.
And you know what's kind of even worse about that?
Yeah, Shelton.
Is it's not like they're different right now either.
Is Carlito still? Is he with him, or is it the Rumble just that one off?
I think it was a one-off.
I thought he came back for one thing. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm
Maybe a
imagining.
Raw or two or something. But
Which,
like,
by the
Yeah.
way, it should mention. I believe we have an actual SmackDown happening tonight live.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll check in with the results of that as the night goes on, because
Nice.
we're still on for another like 3.5 hours. And the Ring of Honor pay-per-view, but I think that might end after we're done. But
Mhm.
we'll check in. I'd like to do that, Bill. If you can, keep an eye on those two events
Okay.
as they happen. Oh, this is a good spot. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
this.
Oh,
The
yes.
ladder.
I would not want to be the guys. Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, like where is that even landing? All right, so anyway, going back to the Justice League, I want to talk to you a little bit about the Snyder Cut. Now, I have not watched it, and quite frankly, when I heard it was 4 hours long, really do not want to watch it.
You do.
I know I really do not. I don't like. I'm not a big fan of a long movie.
It doesn't feel like it. That's why.
Well,
did you see?
but
Did you?
here's-
All right. What's,
I didn't see the original either. To be fair.
okay.
But here's what I'm going to bring up from someone that hasn't seen neither of them. Because I know the general consensus is that the Snyder Cut is way better. It's like, it did so many things right. And I remember someone in work told me, yeah, there's better character development. And I was like, for 4 fucking hours, there better be better character development.
Well, here's what you have to remember. HBO was smart because I didn't sit there and watch it all in one. You know, like, well, see, but I hate that because I know motherfuckers who will sit there and say, "Oh my god, that movie's too long," but it'll be the same asshole that'll watch a whole fucking season of Cobra Kai in a sitting. So
yeah, but those are different because each episode. Now, I've not watched Cobra Kai, so I'm not going to vouch for that one. But usually in a TV show, there's some kind of cliffhanger at the end leading into the next episode, whereas a movie, you're still building up towards that ending. To me, it's very different.
They broke it up into 6 parts.
What do you mean by that? So, like, each thing's a file? Like a separate file?
No, but, like, they made marks in, like, you could fast forward to another chapter. You know, you can stop it whenever you want, but the point of it is, like, I stopped watching it after the first 3 chapters in one day and watched the second 3 chapters the next day.
See, I didn't know that, so that makes it a little bit more watchable, I think.
It's more powerful.
Ongoing
I
thing.
felt like I was more watching, like, 45-minute episodes.
Right, okay.
So it made it more palatable. That because I would agree with you. Did you here's gonna be my critique on it because
Sure.
Did you watch Batman vs Superman?
Yes, and I did not like it.
Most people don't. I am also one of those people. However, this movie and this cut of it actually makes that movie better.
Now, here's the other thing that I was going to bring up.
Do you know why I say that though?
Why?
Well,
I feel like you might. I feel like I wouldn't get it because I didn't watch Justice League.
No. I'm gonna have you. Did you watch Infinity War?
Yes.
And you've seen Endgame.
Yes.
Is Endgame as good of a movie if the end of Infinity War isn't so dark?
I agree with that 100%.
That's what this movie does for Batman vs Superman.
Okay.
That it turns it literally into an Infinity War.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, here's my other criticism. This is more not so much against. I don't really know what this is against, but basically my thing is that so many people are like easy to like, yeah, the Snyder Cut's the best, but like part of me is wondering, who's the other guy that did the first one? What's his name?
Joss Whedon.
Is it fair to Joss Whedon though? Because like, what if he had 2 additional hours, and vice versa? Like, would Zack Snyder's cut be? It'd be one thing if it was only like a 15-minute like edition. Like, okay, that's easily comparable, but that's 2 fucking hours. Like, I don't think it's fair to critique unless, and there's no way we'll ever see it because, quite frankly, it's not financially. There's no financial gain in having Snyder do a cut that's 2 hours long, and Whedon do a cut that's 4 hours long.
Well, here's the other argument, okay? Because before you had the first Avengers movie, you had Iron Man's 1, 2, you had Hulk, you had Captain America, and you had Thor. Separate movies that developed those characters. You're literally walking into Justice League with no backstory of Flash, Aquaman, or Cyborg. And that's the problem, where you had all that, and there's so many throwaway movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah.
If this was part of the CAM, where you went Man of Steel, Batman vs Superman, and the Snyder Cut, in my opinion, it's just as good as Phase 1 of Marvel. And people will shit on me for that.
Sure.
But you know what? I don't really give a fuck, because they had they had hours and tons of movies to build up their major one. You had 2 movies to build up Justice League. You can't have a major team up movie when you've only really introduced 3 of the characters.
I agree with that. Absolutely. Yeah. And the other thing that is hard, and I don't know if Bill, I'll let you chime in here in a second about, like, you know, what you've known about Justice League and if there's any interest in you to watch it. But see, the thing that always bothered me with DC is, like, and, you know, kind of doing like the Marvel comparison, you know, Iron Man is Iron Man for the most part. It's played by the same person, and there, you know, the movies that you need to know going in there. Whereas I feel like with DC, like, I guess the Flash is, we're not a good example, but some of these people have TV shows. Some of them aren't even played by the same actors. It gets confusing as someone that's, I don't consider myself the biggest superhero movie fan. Like, I'll watch it and, you know, pick and choose, but like overall I get like confused, like, okay, is the show The Flash, like, is that canon for the Flash in the movies? And
it's
very
universes.
confusing.
Yeah.
It's for a person that's like not super invested in it, it gets a little confusing, and I think that's usually at least my problem.
But you know, it's
DC.
funny. DC has that relationship with CW and the Arrowverse and all that stuff,
Right.
and they did their huge crossover event last year. But they had so many cameos because they did Crisis on Infinite Earths, which is like, it's like their giant, huge storylines where all their multiverses come together as one. And you actually had a cameo from Ezra Miller, who plays the Flash in the movies, on that, because it's like there's a different Flash on multiple different Earths. You know what I'm saying? So they just used him as another Flash from a different Earth, and it's just a quick cameo. But you had cameos from all sorts of fucking DC movies. So I get what you're saying. It's all confusing, but you just got to look at it as it's a separate universe. And if I had to argue over which one I like better, I couldn't even make a decision, because I'm very invested in a lot of the CW shows.
Right. Yeah, and then trust me, I'm definitely not putting like Marvel, you know, as like, oh, they're not doing anything wrong. I'm sure I could point to a couple of things. And by the way, I'm noticing as this match is going on, I guess it's this match I'm noticing it more, like, it seems to be night is coming.
It's getting darker.
Yeah,
yes.
It's definitely getting darker. Bill, chime in. What your thoughts on Marvel, the Justice League, any of the stuff that we're talking about?
One of the things you guys brought up, and it was a great point, was how Marvel is able to develop in their movies, like, the characters, for like the first time you see them. And I'll even go farther back, and I know I'll probably get laughed at, but I don't really care. The first set of Spider-Man movies with Tobey Maguire.
Okay.
Like, that first one. I mean, unless you had been in a coma and you didn't know what it was, it's like, oh, here's Peter Parker, you know, his Aunt Ruth and Uncle Ben, and you get to see, like, how, you know, he becomes Spider-Man and how he gets the powers and all that. And then, like, the second one, which is my favorite of the original trilogy, the second Spider-Man, is so good. And it's like, now you kind of understand, like, he's really more into Mary Jane, and it's almost like they're an item, and then at the end, when it's like he's or she's supposed to get married, she doesn't, and they end up being being a couple, and it was so good. And then I'll even throw in another one, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, which was a really good movie.
I've been wanting to see that. I've never seen it.
So good.
It is so good. Like, I saw it twice, and I saw it with the second time I saw it with my nephew Michael, and he had wanted to see it, and it's PG-13, but it's not a bad PG-13. It's one of those there's one or two scenes that could make it PG-13, but it's nowhere near where it'd be oh, this could have been an R-rated movie. And even the second time is so fun to watch because you have all the different Spider-Mans and their, origin stories, and there's even a couple of funny spots in the movie, with Spider-Ham, which I thought was good.
Well, I just wanted to break with this on John Morrison climbing this ladder here.
Oh God.
All right,
God.
I also missed that Matt Hardy had done a run-in, and I forgot that Matt Hardy was feuding with MVP for such a long time, and what a pop he got.
Yeah.
All right, continue, Bill, please.
Yeah, but yeah, with Marvel, that's, I think, always been, and I haven't seen all of them, but I've seen a good number to, recognize when they do a first movie, or even a second movie, they can develop the character so well. And a perfect example would be in Guardian of the Galaxy Volume 2 with the main villain, with Kurt Russell. And, how he and, I can't remember the character's name.
Star-Lord.
Yeah, Star-Lord. Thank you. I'm your father. And then, you watch the whole movie and then he talks about how he had to kill his mother. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. It's you piece of shit, As far as the DC movies go, it's kind of hard because they had a little bit of a good run with the Batman trilogy with Christian Bale as Batman. Then they hit this slump really until about Aquaman, and then Wonder Woman was really the one that got him out of the slump. But as far as the development of characters, I think Marvel does a better job, but if DC can get a couple of movies in a row where they can do a good job of either developing new characters, in the sequels, or even, say I'm trying to think maybe another Aquaman movie, then maybe they might be able to get some good movies going.
Right. I mean, I almost feel like it needs to be I don't know if this is the right word, but for the common person to show more goodwill, hey, this movie is great, and you get a string of people saying 4 movies are great, and I think they'll get more recognition. Or maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Well, to me, I'm going to tell you what I think, because what DC does very well is their animated films. All right, and a number of years ago they did like Flashpoint, which was a big Flash storyline that changed the complete DC universe. Mm-hmm. And when they did this, they've had, it's probably been 6 or 7 years, but there's been Batman movies, Teen Titan movies, and they kind of just ended that series of that era. And when you look at it, it's it's one giant complete story from all these different angles. They do very well at the character development of that. I have a feeling that when they finally do their Flash movie, and they do the Flashpoint, which is kind of like a reset or a reboot or whatever you want to call it, that's when you're going to start seeing new people playing certain characters. And I think that they're going to try to do the franchise off, give it a fresh start. I think that's what it needs at this point, unless they can get Snyder and all these original people to do, the parts that they were. That's the one difference between Disney and Warner. Disney is super good at retaining all their people. Look at all the people they retained over, what is it, a 12 or 14 year period?
Yeah, it's they signed them for X amount of movies, but then that movie might not be made for 5 years. One of them.
Yeah. It's just they did a great job of retaining these people. Whereas
they did a good job with the contracts. That's what it all comes
how
down to.
many people did they lose? I could tell you one. Terrence Howard, and that was it from the first Iron Man movie. They switched Rhodey. I can't think of, and maybe the girl who played Jane in Thor, but she's coming back for the third one, so they got fucking Natalie Portman back.
Right.
So it's like, what the fuck? They did such a better job. That was the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they let Snyder do his vision the way he wanted to, it would have been. It just let you had to see it. If they would have seen it to the end, it would have been a better result.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, does this Flash movie that you're talking about have a date? Do we know if it's getting made or are we in early productions?
I know it's getting made, and what's interesting is
did COVID stop it for X amount of time? Like, where is it at?
Well, here's what I know. I know that Michael Keaton is actually involved with this because it's like Flashpoint deals with like Barry Allen running back into time to try to save his mom, but by doing that he changes the timeline.
Okay.
So in that story, Bruce Wayne dies and Thomas Wayne becomes a drunk Batman who loves to use guns.
Okay.
And his wife Martha doesn't die; she ends up becoming the Joker. So it's like he when he gets back to his normal
that's
time,
weird. Okay.
He's like, oh, that's fucked up. So imagine who's the guy who plays the guy in The Walking Dead who plays Negan.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah.
Can't think of the name right.
He played Thomas Wayne in Batman vs Superman. So imagine him as a drunk Batman who loves to use guns. Like, if they do that exact storyline. But it also brings together different multiverses, like people from like different Earths. So they're bringing in the Batman from like the Keaton era, and like other people are making cameos from like. So it's like you got to go to the past to kind of reset for the future. I don't know how they're gonna do it or what the exact storyline is gonna be. But it could either be it's one of those things where if it's done right, it could be really, really good, or it could be, as Ole Anderson says, the drizzling shits.
I think this is one of the things I'm going to be missing the most about WWFree is the fact that we just had like, a 10 to 15 minute superhero discussion, and I don't have any other outlet that I do that does that. So, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to add one more thing just to say it.
Oh, it's Jeffrey Dean Morgan, by the way. That's
yes.
There you go. The last DC movie I saw was about not even a year ago. It was the animated Batman movie where they had Adam West and Burt Ward voice Batman and Robin.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I love those.
I know.
They did two of them.
It's not the best, but if you were a fan of the TV show, you really will enjoy that movie, and I enjoyed that movie.
They did two of those, and oh my God, what was it? They didn't call him the Dark Knight. They called him the. Oh God.
I don't think I saw that, so I don't know.
I don't remember, but oh man, it's the Caped Crusader.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Kuter, it's time for your next topic.
Didn't I pick Justice League?
No, I kind of bounced off of what you said. I had started it with
all right.
something else.
All right. Well, then let's switch from movies over to television.
Okay.
What are we in general watching on television?
The most recent thing I watched this afternoon was the new episode of the new Mighty Ducks show.
Oh yeah,
Game Changer.
My queue. I have to see that.
Yeah, I got.
It's good. I like it. One thing I did, which I think I'm not going to say you should do because I guess it really doesn't matter, but on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I watched the first 3 Mighty Duck movies to get ready for Friday. I mean, it's a weekly show, which I actually had gone into this thinking it was a movie. It's not. Mm-hmm. It looks like it's going to run about 6 episodes, and I'll be honest with you, I'm way more interested in that show after this episode than Falcon and Winter Soldier, which I've not even watched.
The first episode I've because that came out last week.
Right.
I watched the first episode. I gotta watch the second. I want to see where it goes. I'm the guy. I'm like I gotta give it a chance before I crap on it.
Right. I'm usually that person too. Yeah. So what are you guys watching? That's the last thing. I probably could think of more things because I am constantly watching things now. So, but I would like you guys to chime in on what you guys are currently. How about to do it this way? What was the last thing you watched?
The last thing I watched, I think was yesterday. Like again, I'm into all the DC stuff on CW, so I probably watched Flash and Batgirl yesterday. You know what? You don't even have to be a superhero fan to really like the one show that they came out with. The Superman and Lois show that came out.
I've heard good things.
Is very, very good. I'm like shocked by how much I am enjoying it. I'm like, the fact that I haven't watched this week's episode, I'm like, are you gonna be kidding me? I watched Batgirl before I watched fucking Superman and Lois, the show I've been raving about. Walking Dead is back, so I've been watching that.
It's weird. I want to watch the next couple of episodes, but I'm confused. Maybe you can kind of enlighten me here. Okay. But it doesn't, or it does have to do with the current things going on.
What are we talking? You talking about Walking
Dead?
Well,
the last thing that I saw for The Walking Dead was that they are in the city and they're confronted by this new group.
Okay.
That's the last. I didn't watch any of the new ones that started in the last 3 or 4 weeks or whatever it is. Are they? Because I heard that these new episodes are just like standalone episodes. Is that true, or does it actually answer things from the finale?
Walking Dead has always did that. So what they did, the first episode was kind of like them reintroducing Maggie into the show,
right?
And where she's been. So
you're getting sense.
And you got to get a lot of background, and because the way that the season ended, they didn't end it the way they wanted to. And then when they were getting into production, you lost to Michonne. You obviously don't have one of the main characters in Rick Grimes anymore.
Right.
So, and you're running out of source material because you're catching up at a really rapid pace to the end of the comic, because the comic just ended abruptly out of nowhere. Because if there's no more, so they're gonna try.
I know, I heard about that. Yeah.
It's fine. I'm like, I think.
I mean, they've gone away so far from the comic anyway at this point. Like,
you know what? A lot of people say that, but like, if you actually read the comic, they use the same source material, but they just kind of trade things. Like, certain people trade deaths.
Sure, I can see that.
And certain characters, they've like. Oh God, what's her face? The one who's always with the biker dude, who's always with Daryl.
Oh, Carol?
Carol in the comic dies in the prison.
But which we know, by the way, Carol and Daryl are living to the end because there's a spin-off show called Daryl and Carol coming out.
Okay, that I didn't know.
Yeah, they announced that at some. I don't know, if there's a time jump, or I don't know any details. I just know that they announced the Daryl and Carol show, so when The Walking Dead ends, that they're going to be alive in some shape or form.
I'm just wondering if they're going to somehow get Michonne back for an episode or two.
Oh, I think so. I actually don't doubt that.
And I think we heard they were going to do that movie deal bullshit with Rick. Fuck all that. Just give him the money to come back for a couple of episodes and tie it up.
I kind of want a Rick movie.
I don't want a Rick movie. I don't. Fuck all that. I want to fucking be like, oh shit, like the last 5 episodes, for him to come back.
I agree with that.
I
think
part of the storyline.
I think it could be a bump, to be honest with you. But Bill, what about you? What have you been watching? I want to make sure I don't forget about you.
It's kind of weird because like lately I'll watch some stuff on the DVR. Like the last thing I watched was Whose Line Is It Anyway? Yes, that show is still going. And it's on the CW, but their version of the CW is so good. They like let them push the envelope a little bit more, which actually makes the show that much better. I've actually been trying to catch up on The Muppet Show.
I've been thinking of doing that. If I didn't have so much shit that is in the queue, that for me personally,
right.
I was thinking of doing that.
The last episode I watched, and I texted my sister this joke because this was kind of a joke, was I got my first disclaimer Muppet Show episode.
I heard that they have the disclaimer.
And it was because like I was a fan when I was a kid. Like when they aired it on Nickelodeon, like I would record those episodes.
Oh my God, I forgot that. It was on Nickelodeon for a little while.
Yeah. So it was kind of cool, you know, like I've been watching some of them. I've been getting back into that. I do want to see the Mighty Ducks show because the first two movies were so good. I haven't seen the third one yet.
The weird thing I can tell you from the rewatch is all of my memories, or most of them, like 90% of them of the Mighty Ducks, actually comes from the second one.
Mhm.
And because I was like, oh, where's the knuckle puck? While I was watching the first one, like, okay, it's not here. All right.
Right.
And I was like, all the things in the second one, I was like, all right, I remember, here's the guy with the knuckle puck. It wasn't Goldberg, which I originally thought it was, but I was wrong.
It was Kenan Thompson, wasn't it?
It was Kenan Thompson.
Yeah.
Now I obviously, since I rewatched it, but there's
Hardest
just,
working man in show business, Kenan Thompson.
but no, I would definitely, I really liked the first episode. Again, I feel like it's way better if you watch the first three again, but in the end, I can't say it really matters if you do.
Those movies are so still to this day, so fresh in my head.
They really are.
Even the third one. The third one's my favorite.
The third one I remembered the least about, for sure. When I was watching, I was like, actually, I did have a problem with the third one on my rewatch.
All right. Tell me this one. This one's gonna. Oh, I love this one.
Okay, so at one point, so if you remember, this was where they get the new coach, and Charlie is like defiant against this new coach because the new coach.
O'Brien, yes.
And the new coach is like, the Ducks are dead, and then Charlie leaves, and then Bombay comes back, and he's like, you don't know the full story. And then they go to the ice rink, and they show him with this, I don't remember if it's his daughter
It's his
daughter.
Yeah.
So, and she's in a wheelchair, and he wouldn't leave or whatnot. Charlie eventually comes back, and then eventually the guy gives him, the coach gives the kids back the Mighty Ducks jersey, and I'm like, hold on. In his point of view, the coach's point of view, absolutely nothing changed. The only reason that like he's giving them it now is because now we, the audience, know his backstory.
Mm-hmm. The only
Like, there's no reason for him at all to go from asshole to, oh, yeah, the Ducks all the way.
Well, here's where I'll disagree with you now.
Okay.
All right, because his whole theme from the beginning of him coaching that team is he wanted them to play two-way hockey because that team was always known for its offense.
Sure.
And its defense was the drizzling shits.
Right, okay.
Once they started playing as a team and playing together and playing the defense that he wanted them to play, it's like, I need you to play both sides of the rink. And now that they got their whole entire game together, now let's bring this team back together and give them that Ducks jerseys and light a fire under their ass. So, yeah, that's my argument. It's that's how you coach a team. You get them to do what you want to do, and then you bring back what they're good at and what brings them together.
Okay, I don't know if I'm totally sold on that, but it's not one of these things, like, look, it's not like it's fucking wrestling where I'm, like, angry all the time, and I'm like, none of this
You
shit
don't
makes
argue
sense.
every fucking storyline like a bunch of marks.
Right, yeah, like, well, and wrestling does a lot of things to really say, like, this is shit, like there's, and it's like a constant stream of, like, this sucks, what is this, what are they doing, and this isn't even based on one promotion. I even would say AEW to me has felt in the last three like a totally different company. But maybe we'll get to that later on. Bill,
can I add one quick question
Of
for
course,
the third
yeah.
Mighty Ducks movie? And correct me if I'm wrong. The girl that Charlie has an interest in, don't they mention like she's a fan of Pantera and he is too?
I don't remember that, but you could be
Oh,
right.
wait a minute. Oh, God, but you're right. He said something. Like, he's trying to, like... yeah, because he's trying to, like, backtalk her. Like you won't give me a chance because you think I'm just a dumb jock when we probably have something in common, like, what's your favorite band? Like, see, maybe you shouldn't be so judgmental. I hate that. Like,
And it's like,
when does that ever work on a chick? Like,
Right.
you
It's
talk
like-
shit to her, and then you're like, listen, bitch, I know you like Pantera. You know, I like Pantera too. Now get over here and zip my fly down.
But here's the thing, and I like Pantera, I really do. That's like one of the last bands in '96 you'd ever think of Disney using for a movie.
True,
is
yeah.
Pantera, because I remember, like, I think it was like a year or two after that they were going to use the Insane Clown Posse for
My
a Disney
God.
movie. And they were like, thanks, but we're going to pass on you. We don't like your style of music.
I didn't even remember this match, Batista and fucking Umaga.
It's a match for brand supremacy, Cooter.
It's actually not that bad of a match.
No, yeah, I don't remember anything. The Money in the Bank was really good.
Yeah.
And then we saw the, just kind of recap, because we're now in hour number 2 right now of this show. We had saw the Hall of Fame stuff, you know, people saying hello, basically. And
Snoop Dogg. We saw Snoop
oh yeah,
Dogg.
we saw a Snoop Dogg, Foley, Santino segment. And is that it? Was that it? That sounds about it. That sounds about it. And now we're watching Brand Supremacy. Now, here's my question, because I don't know if I know the answer to this. Well, maybe I do. I think it's Umaga. Which one of these guys is representing Raw?
Ooh.
I think it's Umaga. I think it's Umaga.
I'm not totally sure by it.
Right.
Oh, well, whatever.
God.
Your turn to give a topic. Oh, I will say this. When Umaga was coming in, they had a great shot of, like, overhead on the building as it continues to turn night, which I really liked. Okay, Bill, your turn for a topic.
Okay. I want to stick with Disney Plus to a degree.
Okay.
Because last night, I was talking with Jim, because we recorded a very fun episode of that wrestling show talking about WCW. And my friend Brian, we got into this brief discussion about how they took some of the movies off the kids section. And I've been waiting all day to talk about this, because there's one that I have a problem with, and I'll tell you why. The one that I have a problem with is the Aristocats. Because...
Wait, what? They took the Aristocats off?
Well, okay, they did this, Disney did this thing where, like, anything that's racially insensitive is no longer available on the kids profile
section.
of Disney
So
Plus.
you can
Yeah,
still
the kids
watch it
section.
as an adult.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
So
it's not the censorship like they're doing with...
So a kid
Peacock.
can't watch Dumbo.
you would be fine.
No, well, here's the thing. I think you can set it up, though, where they can. I'm not 100% sure, because I have no reason to set up a kid's account, but
Right.
it's something with parental controls. Like, you can... I think somehow you can... Just like how... Like, you can block a
Oh,
channel.
that's right. Disney doesn't want to, indoctrinate any white supremacists. Fuck. Oh my God.
So, okay, so like I think it's like 3 or 4 movies they did. Dumbo, which I understand,
Right.
because of the crows.
Peter Pan.
I definitely understand Peter Pan.
Why? What's
Because
wrong
of
with Peter
the
Pan?
It was the Indian song.
Yeah, the Indian song. I can understand. The one that I have, like I said, the one I have the problem with is the Aristocats, and I'll tell you why.
Well, I don't even know why what was with the Aristocats. Is O'Malley?
Okay. No. In the song, Everybody Wants to Be a Cat, they have the Asian cat. And
Oh, that's right.
He has this one part, and I'll do it here because we can't be censored here. Where he's like, hung 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 egg foo young, fortune cookie always wrong. Oh, that's a fun one. And that's it. That's the only thing. Everything else is fine.
But see, like I said,
Why?
I get it, but also, like, it's not like, because that's the first thing everyone said to me, like, the day after this broke. They're like, oh, can you believe Disney got rid of the Dumbo? And I'm like, no, they're still there. Like, people don't understand that for some reason. Instead, what they hear is it's going to take it off Disney Plus. That's not true at all.
Right.
It was taken off of the kids section, which I was like, to one person, I'm like, I don't know how much you watch the kids section, but you might be affected if you're doing that.
Bro,
Like,
Asians have had a bad year, man. At first, you lose the aristocrats, you lost Dr. Seuss books.
Aristocats.
Listen,
no, but
and then
my
Corona.
argument,
I mean, it's just a shit show, bro.
but my argument is that one part is like 3-4 seconds long. It's not going to change. Like, it's not going to be a big effect of the entire movie. That's my only argument.
Then why not just edit that one part out if you're gonna be so butthurt?
I mean, I would rather them do it this way. Just keep it whole, and just put on a different section.
What was the fourth movie that was eliminated from the kids section? You said Peter Pan, Dumbo, Mr. Cats, and what was the other one?
Was there a
Was
fourth
it
one?
Lady and the Tramp?
Maybe they got rid of the Siamese cat song, but I don't have that confirmed at all. I don't know if that's true.
Oh my god.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, it is. I just wanted to bring that up because I'd been waiting like a day to do that.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I kind of get it. And I would rather be that than them edited and the whole version of the movie just not available at all. So we talked about the DC universe and the Marvel universe earlier. But one thing I'm going to try to get myself into this weekend, I learned that there's a MonsterVerse. Do either of you know about this?
No.
So upcoming this Wednesday on HBO Max, which personally I'm very excited about, is Godzilla vs. Kong.
Right.
Now,
wait, when's that coming out?
This Wednesday on the 31st.
Oh, I'm so psyched for that. Oh my god, yes.
But here's the thing. I learned the other day that it is part of a MonsterVerse that was made with, like how, the superheroes are doing.
Yeah.
But with 3 other movies that had already come out.
Wait,
those 3 movies are
Godzilla,
2014 Godzilla, King Kong, Skull Island, and the Godzilla that came out 2 years ago.
Yeah,
and then Godzilla versus Kong. I have not seen Skull Island. I don't know if I saw the 2014 Godzilla. I'm watching all of those this weekend to get ready for Godzilla vs. Kong. And apparently it's called the MonsterVerse. And supposedly if you watch all of them and, I guess, pay attention, they all have something in common.
Okay.
Oh, they're great movies, believe me. And
I love the last Godzilla 2 years ago that I watched. Loved it.
Can we just say this? And HBO Max is the best streaming app out right now. Period. There's nothing touching that.
I mean, they have been pulling it.
Would not have an
shit.
argument.
Yeah.
I'm spending more time on HBO than Netflix, Hulu, Disney, Amazon, any of that. Amazon has lost all credibility with me because they take great movies or good movies and they make shit sequels that I wouldn't break up weed on if I had a DVD case for them.
Now, for me, I'm not going to lie, I probably do watch Disney Plus just as much as HBO Max. But that's just me. Bill, what about you? What are your viewing habits with those 2 apps, if any? I don't know if you...
I would say HBO Max I use a lot of. Also because I let my parents watch The Sopranos.
Okay.
Because they'd never seen it, and they went through like the entire series in like 3-4 weeks.
Wow.
All right.
And it's funny because like they're into mobster movies and they'd never seen it. And I will never forget my mom's, like when I asked her, what was your, first thought of watching The Sopranos? She's like, oh, it's great, but it's very violent. Yes, that's what The Sopranos is, Mom. It's very violent. I would say HBO Max, Disney Plus are the top 2, and then third, I guess, would be Netflix.
I don't think anything's third for me. Like, I feel like I'm not really watching that much on, and I'm like, what is even on Netflix anymore?
There's some good shit on there. They've been their rollout for the last couple of months. I think they held back because I think they thought that HBO was going to blow their load. Mm-hmm. Right? I really feel like let's hold back because they know they're going to, people are going to. And that Cuties movie, fuck them for a little while because a lot of people were pissed off at that. I'm sure they lost a lot of subscribers. So let HBO blow its load. But once they got that deal with Warner, like the movies that we're getting this year are just incredible. Like you're saying, that MonsterVerse movie, we had They had the Tom and Jerry movie. They had Judas and the Messiah, which was an awesome movie. You had the Wonder Woman movie. And you had the Snyder Cut. We're still getting a Matrix movie. We're getting a Mortal Kombat movie, and like it's just.
You're getting Space Jam.
Oh, fuck off! Oh my god!
Yeah.
Listen, I can't even be serious unless I'm gonna see some Pepe Le Pew. I'm sorry.
I just want a killer soundtrack because I love the first Space Jam soundtrack. I don't know.
Oh,
what songs
yeah, that
on the-
soundtrack.
Oh,
is great.
man.
Top to bottom, there's some bangers on that fucking.
Yeah,
thing, man.
especially
really
Bugs
are.
Bunny rapping.
Oh God, what was that? You bugging?
Bugging.
You bugging?
You're bugging.
You're bugging.
And then you had Barry White and Chris
Oh, that's
Rock
right,
singing
Basketball Jones.
Yes.
I love that.
Give
basketball,
me
nothing but
that
basketball.
fucking updated soundtrack in 2021. Give me new versions of all that. Give me a new version of the Monstars theme song of whoever's gonna be the enemies. Because I
You know
don't.
what drives me nuts about that soundtrack? Do you remember? There's a song with Changing Faces and Jay-Z and R. Kelly. It's actually R. Kelly featuring Changing Faces and Jay-Z, right?
Mm-hmm.
R. Kelly like sings a quick bridge. Jay-Z does 2 full rap verses, and whatchamacallit, and Changing Faces basically sings the whole fucking song. Like R. Kelly says literally maybe 10 words, all I want, all I need, and some other bullshit. And he says it twice in a row. Bridge. But he's like the headliner of the song. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? But it's a banger.
Yeah. Now, if I remember correctly, right now we're looking at Chavo Guerrero. I believe this is gonna be one short match.
It is.
Okay, I thought that's what I remembered about this.
Oh, is this the one where Kane?
Yeah, it's Kane. I was trying to remember who it was. I couldn't think of it.
Because he won the Battle Royal on the pre-show, I want to say.
Right, which they just showed the Battle Royal, with
Oh, I
stuff
wasn't paying
such as Festus and all of that. And now it looks like we're completely in the night at this point, looking at the background. I'm really interested in. I know that there's a women's match at some point during this, and I believe if I remember correctly, didn't the lights go out for like a brief moment during the women's match?
Oh my god, I haven't seen that women's match in forever.
Well,
I
for a
don't
while
know.
we didn't see it either because the lights were on. So, by the way, we're at 8:20 p.m. and on the stream I have 1 hour, 12 minutes and 42 seconds, 43, 44, 45. Bill, can we get an update on SmackDown?
Yeah, let me check what they've done so far in the first 20 minutes.
Right. Ring of Honor's not on yet, right? It's 9 o'clock for them.
They're doing like a pre-show, so
So they're not having any matches though. Okay. So I want to
Probably
get
not.
updates on those two events as the night goes on.
right. All right, let's see.
While you do that, I believe since I just talked about the Monsterverse, it is Kuter's turn for a topic.
All right. If you didn't see it, I'll pick something else. But I'm curious if anybody saw the what the fuck was the name of this? And I wrote the goddamn thing down. Allen versus Farrow.
I have not. I don't even know what it is, to be honest with you.
Mia Farrow was the girl, or was the woman who played Rosemary's Baby. Do you remember that movie?
Yeah.
Okay, so she played the wife in that movie,
Okay.
who was pregnant. She was in a long-standing relationship with Woody Allen.
Okay.
Okay. Her and her ex-husband had adopted a lot of kids, and then she started dating Woody Allen, and I think they might have had a child together after the fact, but she had like 9 or 10 or 11 like adopted kids. It's like a lot of shit, but it was it's a documentary based on all of the accusations on Woody Allen that he basically molested the kid. And like it's a tough watch. Like it very much like that. I don't know if you watched the Michael Jackson documentary.
I haven't.
Leaving
No, I
or
didn't.
something, was it Escaping Neverland or something Neverland?
Yeah, I've heard the name before, sure.
Which is another tough watch. Like I ended up watching it again because I thought it might like cleanse my palate of the Woody Allen one. In a lot of ways, like the Woody Allen one is just worse. Like it's a tough watch, but it's a very well done documentary. I'm big into those like documentary style like series, and I think it's like maybe 3 or 4 episodes. I think it's 3. But I mean, if that's your kind of style, I'd highly recommend watching that. I mean, it's tough to get through because it just makes you sick. And I mean, and I hate that because you want to think well of like certain people that you watched up growing up as a kid. And I remember seeing all these Woody Allen movies, but just to hear that kind of shit, man, just turns my fucking stomach.
Sure. Bill, do we have a SmackDown update?
Well, as we're seeing Carlito get attacked by the birds.
Great.
All that has happened is Daniel Bryan went to the ring, complained about the ending of his match at Fastlane, and wants to be in the Universal title match at WrestleMania.
Okay.
And then Edge came out, they fought, and Edge beat him up with a chair.
Okay. All right, so that was our first 20 minutes.
Oh, God, he's killing that. That bird is diabolical.
that bird is successful.
Oh, that Tori Wilson picture just gave me a stiffy. Good God. I love Tori.
Bill, it's your turn.
Oh. Good bird poop joke there at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, it's your turn.
I don't think I could top the birds pooping there. Oh, wait a minute. This is my favorite part of WrestleMania.
This is the star of
right
Walt
here.
Disney's college road trip, Raven Simone.
Yes.
So, Raven.
Okay. Should I set this up or should I let you guys watch what she says?
Go, set it up.
Let's track it.
Okay. So, basically, this is a thing for the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Oh, you've told me this. I remember now.
No, I'm reading the subtitles because I want to fucking hear this. I almost want to
let Kuter enjoy it.
I wish we could track it. I wish we could track it and just play it.
Oh, it's coming.
Yes.
All right, don't tell him. Let's let Kuter.
Right.
Filming from 50 Stage. Check them out. They're right over there.
Stand up, you guys.
They're in wheelchairs. They can't stand.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You stupid bitch. Oh my God. Stay up. Bill loves this. Yo, because I would have never noticed that.
I don't think I noticed it at first either.
You're killing me.
I mean, she has good intention, but that is the funniest shit.
Look how nice that looks. I like that shot. I love that shot.
This building.
And you know what? The thing I remember is going to the arena, and the whole neighborhood is shit. Like, it is like low income, like like it was crazy. I don't remember even before then ever walking into like a neighborhood because I was with my uncle like that. I felt like I might be in danger.
Is it the Citrus Bowl?
Yeah, it's a Citrus Bowl.
Oh God, this match.
I mean, obviously it might have gotten better since then. I mean, this was how many years ago, but I mean, I remember back then because this was, if I remember correctly, wasn't this arena like redone recently before this event, like within a year or two?
I think it might have been for the next one, not necessarily this one.
Okay.
Because they had another one after this, I want to say, at the Citrus Bowl.
Did they? Oh, okay.
I could be wrong, but you're definitely right. They did redo it.
Yeah. All right, Bill, it's your topic.
Oh, excuse me. I'm still trying to recover from Cooter's reaction.
Yeah, Cooter's reaction was great.
It was. Okay. This is one that I have this weird habit of when I'm sick.
Okay.
I watch on YouTube old Siskel and Ebert reviews. So,
Wait.
They're actually pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, but why do you watch it when you're sick?
I don't know. It just was. It just
They're
started.
Siskel and Ebert.
Well, Siskel, like I used to watch Siskel and Ebert a little bit when I was
Bill,
a
I'm
kid.
not even
So.
criticizing you for watching Siskel and Ebert. I'm criticizing you on why is that your go-to when you have the sniffles and a cough?
Good point. I mean, I do watch other stuff, but that's like
All
the
right, sorry
first
to
thing.
interrupt you. Go ahead, Siskel and
That's okay.
Here we go.
So, my question that I was going to ask was, when you guys are sick, what is like something that you watch that'll help you get through the day?
That's a good question. For me, though, I feel like it's more video games than watching things.
That's fair.
Because if I'm sick, well, like that doesn't really make any sense either. What I'm about to say is like, because when I'm sick, I can't really concentrate on anything. But video games you have to concentrate on, so it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I usually migrate towards video games, to be honest with you. Maybe one day I'll beat Persona 5. I'm so mad at myself. Kuter, what about you?
Born.
What do you do?
Hey, listen, if I'm stuck in bed all day because I can't get up and I'm sick, I'm gonna try to do something stupid. And what I end up doing is I'll take let's see, some Tylenol cold medicine, right? Like the nighttime ones, and see if I can finish before it kicks in.
Okay.
It's a fun game. It's a stupid game, but like,
Right.
but honestly, like when I'm sick, I end up trying to put on something on regular TV because I don't ever really watch regular TV anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I'll put on whatever's on channel 11 or 7 or CBS or whatever the fuck it is, just to see what's actually on TV during the day because I'm never home during the day and I never watch TV anymore. And that's pretty much it. It's just like I don't want to think. I don't want to try to find something. I'm putting something on, and I'm just gonna sit here and veg like a dumbass.
Right. Now I will say this, like, because as much as I'm making fun of Bill with his Siskel and Ebert cold watching habits, when I had COVID last year, I remember the weirdest thing because, like, I had it, as we all know, I had it really, really bad, and 40 days, and I'm still having some symptoms, whatever. But the weirdest thing was one of the things was that you get really sleepy, and and trouble breathing, obviously, in certain parts, which I had. For some reason, I would put like on Hulu like random dramas, and it annoyed the shit out of me, and I don't know why. Like it was like I was like. I tried putting various shows on, but what calms me down, so this is to your point of what did I do when I got COVID, which I know I told you, Bill, but I don't think Kuter knows. The show that wound up making me calmer during the worst of COVID was Tiny Toon Adventures.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I personally think it was because it's very colorful, it's very animated, and it has a lot of upbeat noise to it, whereas a drama doesn't have that.
Yeah.
So that was really weird. And then I remember also, and then obviously I remember being super pissed off about WrestleMania because that was going on too, and I decided to watch it because I was sick. But it's weird. I'm like, I guess the happy animated fun sounds actually help me get through it.
Oh my god, I would probably I could see myself doing that with Animaniacs.
That's another one I should have tried, but I didn't know at that point that was what was helping me through it. I just thought it was something I was putting on the background, that it wasn't as bad. So
maybe I'll put more Tiny Toons.
Put more Tiny Toons on. Put the music video one,
show.
the music video episode with
Particle
Man.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Actually, you know what? Real quick.
Please go ahead.
I finally, at the end of last year, beat the Tiny Toons video game on the NES.
Finally, you've been trying?
Yeah. Okay. Because like, here's the thing. There was one day when I was like 10 or 11, and I got to the final stage of the game, and when I was playing it, there was a thunderstorm, and it kind of affected the TV, so I had to turn everything off.
Okay.
And I never got back to that final level for like all that time. And like a few months ago, like 4 or 5 months ago, I I pulled the game out, I put it in the Nintendo, I started playing it, and I got back to the final level, the final stage, and it took me 2 hours to beat the final stage of the game. And when I did, I was so freaking happy. It was like, I've waited this long to finally beat this freaking game, which I loved because the game is actually a really
I
good
remember
game.
liking the Tiny Toons game, absolutely.
So I was like, oh, thank God. I finally did
I have
it.
to put it on my emulator. I have to check that one out.
Okay, so I do have another question for Bill, though, in regards to his habits of getting better. So, what are your favorite Siskel and Ebert?
Well, let's see. Well, I'll usually be watching it in my bedroom.
Sure.
So if I don't watch Siskel and Ebert, I might watch old Nostalgia Critic and Angry Video Game Nerd videos.
Okay.
And then, like, maybe I'll find something on there, like, stuff like ESPN Classic. Like, they used to have some shows on back in the day that I would watch, so I might watch that.
Nice. Okay.
So that's pretty much what I, will watch on YouTube when I'm feeling ill.
Okay. Okay, so that was your topic. So we're on me, right? All right.
Yes.
I'm gonna bring it back to pro wrestling here a bit because I'm curious because I don't think this is gonna fit either of the other 2 hours. So I'm just gonna bring it up now. I have been extremely disappointed in AEW in like the last 3 weeks. I feel like they're a totally different company now in a lot of ways. I think if I were to point to the source of my unhappiness, or at least the beginning, it would be the Paul White signing. And I was just curious if either of you two felt like they're going in a very wrong and bad direction like I am.
I see history repeating itself.
I mean,
It's literally TNA 2.0. And I could see them wanting to poach some of the better talent. So when they started with the Jericho and they got a Moxley and they even went as far and they got the Rusev. I was like, I can get on board with this because it seems like they're taking the best of the best. All right. And I'm not even really that big of a Mox guy. I kind of think he's trash, but that's my opinion, and that's either neither here nor there. But when you went and I see Paul White, I didn't see that one coming.
No, I don't think anyone did.
No, nobody did.
Because I don't think anybody cared. It was like
no one wanted it to happen. That's why no one saw it coming.
Yeah, he's gonna do commentary
and honestly, Paul White, in my opinion, not known for his voice.
No, but you know what? Neither were a lot of people. Neither was Taz at first, and neither was a Nigel McGuinness. So okay, I'm not bashing it. At least they're not bringing him in for a wrestling role. But when you brought in Sting, and your big surprise was fucking Christian Cage.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I was in favor of Sting. It was Paul White and after, and it's not just the ex-WWE signings.
Oh,
That's not where my thing starts. It also continues with, why the fuck do they have 3 shows now?
That's my biggest concern. There is the 3 shows.
This is exactly what I hate about WWE. Is like you do quantity over quality. And now you're supposedly having another hour on TNT. I'd be just as fine as if the Cody Rhodes show was that hour. At least it's different. I don't want another fucking actual in-ring wrestling show when you have 3 already.
Wait a minute, they have 3 shows?
Yeah, it's Dark on Tuesdays, Wednesday Dynamite, and then the Paul White was signed for Dark Elevation.
Yeah, which is for the younger talent, basically.
But that's what Dark is for. That's what doesn't make any sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
So between that and, like I said, I was good with the Sting signing. I am not good with the Christian signing whatsoever. And then also, like, I don't know. It just seems like, what in the world is this thing that they're doing with Impact and AEW, and how the hell is Impact even benefiting from it? And the storyline itself doesn't make any sense, which I've gone with Bill over with Bill before. God, like it's like, and then the Shaquille O'Neal shit. Like, this is all WWE type moves. Yeah, and there's a reason why I hate WWE, and now you're adopting those reasons.
Yeah, I was hoping it would be a great old. I'll be honest with you. I haven't watched in months, so I can't really judge. I base my opinions based on
What you read.
what I read, and other
fair.
people's, and I'll go in, like a Mark's group or whatever, and hear what people have to say. And a lot of people are. It's like, to me, what bothers me are, it's not necessarily AEW, because they want to be an alternative. You want to be an alternative, great.
Which
But
I think they were for the first year. And now
Right.
they're, yeah.
But I hate their fans. I hate their fans more than the old school TNA fans,
Okay.
because they can do no wrong. Like,
To be fair, there are WWE fans that are like that too.
of
Oh, God,
course,
yeah.
of course.
Probably the same with the old Ring of Honor fans.
But
Right.
it's the double standard that pisses me off, to the point where it's, dude, if WWE was doing the if WWE pulled off that fucking exploding ring bullshit,
Right.
and they would be at the top of everyone's fuck off list. It's terrible, and they have such great talent. I mean,
But then that's another problem I have though too, is they're in the same category with WWE in, now they have too much talent. That you have to have 3 fucking shows, which is what I hate WWE for.
who's the guy that Jake Roberts brought in? He was managing for a little while.
Lance Toy.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Hoyt, Jeff Cobb. I'm like,
Like, yeah, people like Lance Hoyt I want to see more of. Like, here's a great example. I'll give you
Lance
one
Archer.
from this.
Yeah, that's what they.
I'll give you
him.
this one as an example. Like, they've been doing some. Oh, and also Tony Khan showing up as an on-air figure for Dark Elevation. I was like, no, I don't want an authority figure, which is why I'm not watching WWE. Now, look, I'm with you, Cooter, in that, like, they're although I do think it's both sides. I think, you saying it's more AEW is a little off, but
the fans are a little bit more passionate because they feel they have more to prove, because they're still that newbie. So when anybody craps on their precious new toy, or just critiques it a little
but I
bit,
feel like people hated Christian.
Now,
Like,
Can
anyway, hold on, wait, but I'm not finished. So,
Okay.
so the thing is, though, so that's another thing. Like I said, Tony Khan being an authority figure. To me, it's not just ex-WWE guys at this point. In fact, I wouldn't mind ex-WWE guys if. So here's a great example: Jake Hager. Jake Hager came in. They did that stupid bullshit. The fans did stupid bullshit of, like, We the People, which I still don't even understand. And they were like, no, fuck it, we're not doing that. And he basically became a different gimmick. If these ex-WWE guys did that and was like, we're not going to do what we used to, we want to try to do something else, I would be for that. Hager's a great example of that. You know who's not a great example of that? Probably fucking Miro and Christian.
because
yeah.
No,
Christian's gonna do the same thing. I don't see him as somebody like how Edge basically reinvented himself when he turned heel and became that rated R superstar. I can't see Christian doing that.
Like, here's the thing, like, and there's to me, Christian was the absolute worst person that they could have signed. Literally, you could have given me almost anyone, and I could find a way to justify them. Can you go ahead, name me someone right now, and I'll justify them. You might not agree with the justification.
Oh,
Kamala.
that spot. Oh, that spot.
What was happening? Say it again.
Kamala.
Kamal. Well, I mean,
Kamal.
I mean, who doesn't want to see Kamal and him tapping on his belly? To be fair.
Well,
Oh wait, wait, hold on. Can he not? I'm not just saying this to be insensitive, but can he not walk? I thought he lost a leg or something.
he's
Well, there you-
dead.
Oh, is he? Dude, there's so many wrestlers that died. Who
I
can
didn't even know.
track it?
Now I feel like a piece of shit. Oh.
Who could?
Although that would have been a great sighting.
Who could keep track at this point with how many wrestlers died?
Oh, I apologize. That was
That's
very
true.
mean. I didn't know. Fuck my life.
That's okay.
Okay, whatever. I mean,
Okay, all right. I got one for you.
oh, yeah, you know how I know that Kamala died? Because remember, Hogan, didn't they try to raise a fund and like Hogan gave like $5,000 and I was like, Hogan should pay for that man's fucking funeral. You kidding
Yeah.
me?
Yeah.
Anyway, like I said, I could have justified anyone. Now here's how Christian could work, and this is not going to be what's done. I'm sure of it. But so his thing is supposed to be outwork everybody, right? That's his.
Yeah.
Like, what does that even mean? Well, what it could mean is, imagine he's supposed to fight Frankie Kazarian this Wednesday. Imagine he beats Frankie Kazarian so badly, he goes for the pin. He's like, no, I didn't outwork everyone yet. This match is continuing. And that fits the gimmick of outwork everyone. Now, if he just comes and wins, what difference is that? What does that even mean then? Outwork everyone. And this is a problem I would have with WWE too. Is like you give these wrestlers quote unquote names and personalities that you don't show them. Like, what was the person, Bill, for the Royal Rumble that I was talking about? Was it Ricochet? Was like.
Yeah.
He came out and was like, he's the resident superhero. What the fuck makes him a superhero? He doesn't have superhero music. He doesn't have gear that matches it. Do fucking something to make characters. That's actually my critique for all of wrestling, if I'm honest.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, as a worker, like Christian Cage's TNA run for me is probably one of my favorites because
absolutely, I agree with that.
It's some of the best matches I've ever seen were him and Angle in fucking TNA.
And honestly, I remember Kazarian and him having a ladder match at some point, which I really liked. I don't remember why. I remember this, but I do. Don't ask me what it was for because I don't remember.
Nah, we weren't. Well, I wasn't.
But like I said, what is the reason? And I swear to God, if this whole Paul White thing is so we could fight Shaq, I'm done. I'm out. When it comes to TV shows with me, I don't know if I know you're not like this, Bill. I don't know if Cooter's like this. I'm curious.
Okay.
Sometimes for TV shows, for me, like they'll do something, and I'm like, you know what? I have one foot out the door. Now, if you do something else I don't like, I'm done with the show. Right now, I have AEW as one foot out the door.
I think
there's a couple of shows that have done that for me, yeah.
But sometimes they win you back, right? Or are you just they never win you back after that one foot goes out the door?
Well, after one foot goes out the door, all right. I guess the most recent example I could give,
sure.
Oddly enough, is the Supergirl series.
Okay.
And they went super woke, and one of the newer heroes that found out she had powers was transgender.
Okay.
And I'm like, why do we like? All right, you got to go there. That's cool. Like, but
is it that you felt that it was forced?
Yeah, but it wasn't necessary. Like, it didn't bring anything to the character. You know what I mean? Like, other than the fact that, you know, she is transgender, and okay, what does that mean in terms of the storyline and the arc that they were doing? I guess it kind of made sense, but there was like a premonition from her mother that her daughter was going to get her powers and she had a sister. But they never thought that it was going to go to somebody who became a girl later.
Right, okay.
So I was like, all right, this is just stupid. Like, I see what you tried to do to make it more meaningful, and I'm like, now I'm starting to check out. Luckily, though, that there was just other shit going on that, like, made me forget about the puking of the wokeness. Like, I hate it when you just try to force feed too much of the SJW thing, and it's like, I don't have a problem with it, but when you force feed it, and there always has to be something, why?
I agree with you. I mean, to me, I could probably, I'm not going to right now because I know that we're nearing the end pretty soon of hour number 2, but I mean, I can definitely point to a couple examples. But I mean, like I said, so Bill, how are you feeling? Do you feel like AEW is becoming a different company in a lot of ways?
I was going to say with AEW, and I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think the turning point for them was the Brody Lee tribute show. After that show, I don't think they've been able to recover. I really don't. I don't know if it's because they just were so emotionally drained, or, you know, when Brody passed away, everyone just lost a part of themselves. They just haven't really gotten back to their old self. And yeah, the signing of Paul White is very questionable. Not questionable, it's very questionable. Christian Cage, you know, I'm not really sure how that's going to work out.
I don't think I've ever wanted Frankie Kazarian to win a match as I want him to win this Wednesday.
You feel like Christian's going to be a job guy?
No, that's why I want Kazarian to win. I'm like, wouldn't it be great? Because that's a story that I don't know where it's going and could actually be done really interesting. Is that he came in, trying to go to the top, but wait, he's maybe not as good, or has ring rust still. So like he's got to work at it, and you go through. Hey, here's the guy, the older guy, trying to make a comeback and realizing at the very
heart
beginning,
is about to break. Oh no, it's not.
No, it's not that. Yeah.
Now the other thing.
Besides, they both wrestled again anyway. Well, obviously Ric Flair did, and I mean Shawn Michaels wrestled too after his final match. So.
Well, one. No, but
I mean, it was the shittier match.
It was shitty.
Oh, wait a minute.
The Saudi match?
You can't. Based on the circumstance of Triple H literally tearing his pec off, the fact that somebody who hadn't wrestled a match in God knows did that moonsault from the top rope outside.
I think Kane's mask fell off.
Huh?
Kane's mask fell off too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it did.
Whatever. Listen.
You can continue being your your Shawn Michaels.
Listen, I give the guy credit for trying.
You give the guy too much credit with all his stuff.
Listen, no, I don't. I give him credit
because I've never heard you shit on him once
when nobody else could.
I mean, that's just the plain lie that you don't give him credit. But can we get back to the topic, please, of AEW?
Okay, but I just wanted to add on with the 1 foot out the door thing. Yeah. The show for me, and this may surprise people because of how long I've stuck with it, is The Simpsons.
Oh, wow. Okay, that is surprising because how many years have they been on?
30 plus years.
Wow.
And what drove me away from it, and I will still defend to this day the seasons where the fans are like, oh, they went too far. Though there were some good seasons there. But what drove me away was how they focused more on talking politics on that show when they would do it once every so often, which is why with a Family Guy and a South Park, when they do an episode about something political, I'm not surprised. I'm fine with that because that's who they are. The Simpsons, up until a few years ago, was never that way unless they did something like with the mayor or that episode where George Bush became Homer's neighbor, you know, like you do like once every so often. Okay, I'm fine with that. But between that and Lisa Simpson being the biggest bitch in the history of television, I just am like, I'm almost done with this show completely.
So what, is there anything right now that would be like, you're out completely now? Because I told you mine. I told like if Big Show fucking Paul White gets Shaquille O'Neal.
If they did an entire season on nothing but politics,
okay,
that would be it.
That's weird because I feel like you like Saturday Night Live, and that feels like that's been all about politics.
Oh, well, the thing is though, like I avoid the cold open for so long because it was the same shit.
You know, it's always a Trump thing. Yeah.
But as of late, they've gotten better with it.
Because Trump's not in office anymore. Now that that's
true
probably
too.
Part of it. Because like, what are we gonna do? We don't have the guy that we always go to for our jokes.
Right. Because like the last episode they did was a game show parody called "So You Think You Can Get the Vaccine?"
Okay.
And they had Kate McKinnon, who's absolutely hilarious. I love her. Like, she's one of those, like, one of the few hot people they've ever had on SNL as a cast member.
Okay.
And she is Anthony Fauci. And then they had 3 governors, one of them being Cuomo, as one of the judges.
Oh, was my governor on there?
No.
Oh, they didn't want to tell him like how much he's giving to the teachers union and stuff like that. That's surprising. No. Okay.
But they did mention.
Who's your governor?
Murphy.
Oh, you're in Jersey. That's right. You got Murphy. Oh, yeah.
Because like they did mention in that bit how if you smoked you could get like the vaccine.
Which is bullshit, by the way.
It really
We've talked about it on the COVID episode. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, we did. And then, like, because, like, I watch it, you know, like, not all the time will I watch the whole show.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the situation. They did a skit on that same show, and Jim, I'm only saying this because you are a Disney guy.
Yes.
You might never watch Cinderella the same way again after I describe this skit.
Oh, wait. Well, if I'm about to cry, let's have Kuter cry first. Kuter, here it comes.
Yeah, this is my part. I don't like
Hold
this.
on for a second, Bill. Let's
yeah, I can hold on.
I want to hear Kuter cry.
I'm not going to cry, you bitch. Shut up. It's just a tough one.
It was a sad moment being there in the arena.
I will have a story with this, with this match, so I'll let you guys.
Maybe it's not now. I thought it was now.
Oh, okay.
All right, continue with SNL. Okay. Oh wait, no, here goes. She's going back.
No.
Come on, Sean, make up your mind. Are we doing this or not? Here it is.
Well, do something.
He's such an asshole. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God!
I love
He's
you.
gonna take us into the next hour waiting for him.
No, he's gonna kick him in the balls right here, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
This isn't it. Because he doesn't. Yeah, he does it in the corner where Rudy Charles is.
All right, Bill, continue because we're about to get into the next hour in 5 minutes. Right. We're also going to want a SmackDown update, by the way.
Yeah, we will. Okay. So they did a Cinderella skit, Disney version. Mm-hmm. And they were, like, the part was, you know, like the shoe at the end. Mm-hmm. Well, the shoe is really, really small. And we find out that it belongs to one of the mice that lives with Cinderella. And the prince knocked off the mouse.
Oh no! Is it Gus or is it the fat one?
It was a fat.
Oh no, Gus
version.
Is the fat one. Sorry, Shock is the other one.
No, but it was a female version, and she does like this song at the end, like kind of a parody of Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo.
Sure.
It's like he jackhammered me, and now I got mice. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo.
God.
And I'm like. Oh my God, I am never going to look at this movie the same
You're going to always think about bestiality.
I'll send you the video later.
Since we're waiting for Shawn Michaels to super kick Ric Flair, why don't we take this time to do the SmackDown update before we go into an hour of WrestleMania, or this year's WrestleMania.
Love a great thumb to the eye, yes.
We have 2 new confirmed matches for WrestleMania.
Great, right in time for the next hour. That's what I'm afraid of. The next hour is going to go by, and they're going to announce the whole damn card, and it would have already been the end of the hour.
I'll save those 2 matches for later.
So. Well, no, tell me it now so I can at least have what's on them.
Okay. So, Seth Rollins officially challenged Cesaro to a match at WrestleMania.
Okay.
Wow.
So that could actually be a pretty good match. And Big E will defend the Intercontinental title against Apollo Crews.
All right. So how many matches are we at with WrestleMania for our next hour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, did I do that right? Hold on.
No.
1,
did you count right? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and there's at least a projected 4 or 5 more matches.
We're gonna talk about the projected ones too. So
okay.
We're gonna do our best with the next hour. You might have to carry it a little bit over to the hour after.
Oh, goodness.
Here it comes.
This part.
It's going to come right at the top of the hour, too.
Give it to me. Kick me in the face. You bald
I
motherfucker.
won't yeller.
I'm Ric Flair, goddammit. He's crying. He's crying. Good God Almighty, the humanity. He's crying. No, he's whispering sweet nothings in his hair. Rick, guess what? I know you're married to Baby Doll now, but I already fucked her too. Enjoy retirement, bitch.
Wow. Imagine all that was said in that little time.
That's right. And you thought I was
Right?
right. No. I had that all planned. See, I swerved, you motherfucker. Look at I did that.
Great swerve.
It wasn't very good. I know. I tried. It was swing and a miss. Happens to the best of us.
You know.
Bill, do we have an update on anything Ring of Honor's doing? Like, was there even a match on?
Let me go check PW Insider real quick. Okay, they had a 4-corner survival match where Brian Johnson, not the lead singer of AC/DC, but Brian Johnson.
I would have watched that.
I know.
I would have watched
It really
that.
is. He won the match. He poked Danhausen in the eye and pinned him with the process.
I don't know any of these people. Okay.
So, okay, now here, and I'm actually kind of glad we are doing 2024 because I've never told you this story, Jim.
Okay.
So, Kuter, I don't know if you remember what I do as a job. I work with kids in an
Wait, what are we
elementary
talking
school.
about? 24? Kiefer Sutherland?
No, not. Very, very good. No, I meant WrestleMania 24. It was a few days after the show happened.
Oh, wow. There was
And
Charlotte. Young Charlotte.
Yeah, I know. She looks so
Doesn't even
young.
look like the same person.
She looked like a 10-year-old boy. and that lopsided titty. Oh, goddamn.
Oh man. So, and there's Reed. Oh man, that makes it even harder. So, I was working that year with 4th graders, and we were going outside for recess. And one of the kids, oh, I wish I remembered his name. I don't remember it. He came up to me and he's like, "Did you watch WrestleMania?" And I said, "Yeah, I did." And he was like, "I watched it and I cried when Ric Flair lost." And it's one of those moments as a fan that makes me happy to be a fan, because even, you know, like a 9-year-old who wasn't around for Ric Flair's best years got emotional with a moment like this. And obviously, you know, with what he did after, you know, kind of ruins the moment, but still, just thinking that here's a young boy who wasn't around for Rick's best years, and even he got emotional about this. And that is the beauty of wrestling. That's the greatest thing, is you don't have to be old, you don't have to be young to be emotionally, you know, attached or cry to something like this.
Yeah, certainly at this time, I don't know what would make me feel any emotion towards anything like WWE today, if I'm honest with you. But because, like, again, let's go into it. WrestleMania. Let's see, how should we do this? So I know that there are matches announced on night 1 and night 2, and then you said there were like unconfirmed matches, right? So let's do this. Let's go over night 1, what they announced for night 1 first.
Okay. So this is what they have as of.
Well, I guess hold on. Before we start, I believe Kuter wanted to chime in on Hogan and Titus.
Oh, yes.
Because I cut him off earlier because I was like, let's wait for this hour. We're here. Go ahead, Kuter. It's all you.
God. How the hell? You want to talk about strange bedfellows?
Yeah, I don't know how Titus allowed this.
I have no idea. They must be backing the Brinks truck up to Titus's house for this, because he's an avid BLM supporter.
Right.
And Hogan is, well, you know.
Yeah.
You know, he's the only guy who probably double or tripled his entire life earnings from fucking his best friend's wife and dropping the N-bomb. So I mean, how does this happen? That's incredible. I don't. I can't imagine this going well. And I can imagine at some point Titus taking a jab at him.
Now, clearly, we know that the big sell here on this WrestleMania is the fact, oh, we're going to have fans, even though there shouldn't be, because we're still in a fucking pandemic.
Exactly.
But anyway, look, I think WWE fans are the worst. However, if they want to redeem themselves, they will boo Hogan out of the building.
You know what I think will happen? I think Hogan will get the first night. O'Neal will get the second.
See, I was under the impression they were both supposed to be on the same thing. Oh, I didn't think of that.
Well, that's just me guessing. You know,
that's probably the smarter play.
That would be the smartest way to go. But yeah, I mean, you said strange bedfellows. Maybe they'll have Hogan come out of retirement, and he and Titus could be the new Rocket Sock connection. Of course, I don't know what you would name the team.
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Y'all hate Hogan that much.
Why wouldn't we?
You know what? That's.
I mean, as a wrestler.
As a wrestler, it was shit too. As a wrestler, like, whatever. Wait, look, we have an hour to go over WrestleMania matches. Let's not go on a Hogan rant, even if it.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the first night we have confirmed? Sasha Banks versus Bianca Belair. That's a thing, right?
That's one of them. Bobby Lashley and Drew McIntyre for the WWE title.
And the True Star, Bad Bunny.
They haven't said yet.
Oh, they haven't?
Okay,
that's on your unofficial list then. I have a Wikipedia up, and that's what. And Wikipedia's not always correct, so I'm going to go by your list.
Right.
So what we're discussing versus Miz.
Oh my God.
Let's go by Bill's list. Go ahead, Bill. So who are we talking about on night one?
Okay, so as of right now, it's Bobby Lashley and Drew McIntyre for the WWE title, and Sasha Banks versus Bianca Belair for the SmackDown title, women's title.
All right, so there's only two matches on night one right now.
Yeah.
Okay. This is weird. I'm just like watching wrestlers. Let's have a pyro thing now.
Now, is this the part where fans got injured, or is
No,
that
that's at the end. That's Edge Undertaker. Because everyone in work, when I went to work later that week, was like, "Were you okay?" Because it was in the upper stands, and I said that's where I was too. So I thought I got injured.
Right.
But I was okay.
Okay. So those two are the only ones as of now confirmed for night one.
Okay. So for me, Bobby Lashley versus Drew McIntyre. I don't even know why they did the Drew McIntyre Miz thing and kind of interrupted it. Kind of, for me at least, lowers down the match because I'm like, why even have Drew lose? Have him go strong in. Other than that, I don't actually really care. I mean, if Lashley wins, whatever. If Drew McIntyre wins, whatever.
Mm-hmm. I think with Drew, this is what I've read for so long. It's like, oh, this is their way of having him win the title in front of a crowd.
Okay.
That's like the only reason this match is probably happening.
All right.
Fuck. I don't know. I'm gonna put it to you this way. I think as he is right now with the Hurt Business and with MVP as his mouthpiece, the same way he was in TNA, Bobby Lashley's the fucking total package.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
Sorry.
WWE should thank Impact Wrestling for
Yeah.
the Beatdown Club. The Beatdown
Yeah.
Club.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they did, like, it's obvious, and even now, he's starting to feed off of MVP. So when he does talk, he keeps it short and simple, and it's very much like Brock and Paul. The only difference is when Brock does it, like 9 times out of 10, he sounds stupid. But right now,
Yeah.
like when Bobby has been doing it, short but sweet, it's been coming across as believable. And to me, I can watch Bobby Lashley and the Hurt Business all day. Give me that. I'm over the the Drew McIntyre thing. You know, it's unfortunate that his time came in a shitty year. I get it, but you know what? You got something right now that's working very, very well that you could build to something else. Because Drew ain't it. Drew is not drawing people to the fucking building. I don't care who you are, and I'm not gonna diss him as a talent, but right now you got to go Bobby Lashley. You just have to.
I mean, like I said, either whoever wins to me, there's no reason for me who doesn't even really care to care about either of them. I will say this: the one thing I think of with this match, I'm like, thank God Brock fucking Lesnar didn't come back. That's what I think of when I think of this match.
Because like the rumored match for a little while was Bobby Lashley and Brock.
Fuck that. I don't want that.
If it was going to be for the title or not, I don't know.
It's weird too. Thinking about it, like
the next night on Raw, you watch.
And so the thing was, though, I still don't understand the Miz thing. Like, you could have easily gotten this with, Miz cashed in and he loses. Like, that shit doesn't make any sense to me.
It was a nice way of getting the belt off of Drew.
Yeah, but think about this, and this shows you like how much WWE loves their part timers. They would probably never do that with Brock. Do you agree with that they wouldn't have the Miz cash in and him actually beat Brock Lesnar?
I'd agree.
You've had Brock Lesnar in the last, 2 WrestleManias put people over?
Yeah, but not in the cash in, not the Miz, who for the most part was a lower card guy at that point.
They had him do a job to Rollins
in an actual match, a full-fledged match.
At the WrestleMania, wasn't it? When he cashed in.
And was it the main event?
Yes.
So I'm sure that wasn't a problem in his mind.
I don't think. I think
I'm pretty sure they're wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
I think a lot of people got the wrong idea.
I think people have the right idea.
About what? How he feels about business?
Yes.
I don't feel like Brock walks around saying that he has to be the champ. I don't think he gives a shit about that. I think he really gives a shit about showing up, looking strong and credible, and cashing a fucking check. And being a dick, yes, I'm sure he's a dick. But I think a lot of it.
But then, hold on, this has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but a lot of the blame that people put on Brock Lesnar, I think, is more Vince's fault than anybody than Brock's.
That's not even what we're talking about. We're talking about, do you think WWE would book The Miz to beat Brock Lesnar unnecessarily? Like, imagine this role was switched from Drew to Brock Lesnar. Do you think WWE would have them lose? Obviously, Bill said no, and you're going to say yes, they would do that. This isn't about Brock Lesnar. It's about WWE booking.
Oh, okay. All right. Do I think? I don't know.
I'm going to say no because they love their part-timers.
I'll agree with that, but I'll also say if they came across the right scenario, I could see them trying it. I could see it failing very miserably because they do that kind of shit all the time where they fail miserably.
Well, they just did it now, except with Drew McIntyre. But okay, look, we got Bill. What do you think of this match? Because we got a lot of matches to go through in 1 hour and now 50 minutes.
I really want Bobby to retain the title. I really do. I think he, excuse me. I think he has been the most improved wrestler in the last year. From where he was at and how he was being used to now being the WWE champion. And I want him to keep the title, but in my mind, I'm like, okay, they're going to put it back on Drew. I'm just going to accept it. You know?
All right, so by the way, I want you both to keep an eye out on this match. This is the one that I think the lights go out. So if either of you can catch it, let me know. Okay, Bill, what's the next match that we're going over on night 1?
All right, so the other match for night 1 is Sasha Banks and Bianca Belair for the SmackDown Women's title.
Okay, don't care about either of them. So whoever wins. Again, it's kind of like the same thing with Lashley and Drew McIntyre. Whoever wins, whatever, it's not like I'm really that affected.
Right.
Wow.
I'm hoping Bianca wins. Just because I just don't want Sasha as champion right now.
Okay.
I don't think there's a wrong win or lose in that scenario because, like, Sasha puts on great matches when she wants to. Like,
Exactly.
you know who she reminds me of in that sense? Because it's like she's either all in or she doesn't give a shit. And you know who she reminds me of is Randy Orton. He does the exact same shit. He's either really invested in the program that he's in or he just phones it in. Okay? And I could see somebody like Bianca, you know, wanting her to step her game up. And if she's putting her over, make it look good. Because I think somebody like Bianca is going to motivate Sasha. And I think that's going to be one of those sleeper matches that we're going to be talking about after WrestleMania.
All right. Bill, do you want to add to that? Again, like I said, see, the problem with most of this, here's the thing. This is going to be a pattern for the next 45 minutes or however long we're talking about this card. I am grateful that there's not that there's not an onslaught of part-timers. I'm grateful for that. I really am. However, because this company relies so much on the part-timers, I don't care a lot about the current people. Like, you haven't given me a reason to care about most of these people. So,
right.
I'm just saying this is probably going to be a pattern for me in the next 45 minutes. Bill, do you want to chime in or do you want to go to the next match for night one?
No, I agree with everything Kuter said about Sasha Banks. That's exactly how I felt. And the fact that she still has a job is, you know, amazing, especially with what happened a couple years ago at that WrestleMania 35.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, but no, I really think if Bianca Belair can motivate Sasha, like Kuter said, that could be one of the sleeper matches of this WrestleMania.
I will say this going to, because I know I saw some discussion regarding this. Both the Edge match and this match, one of them should main event each night. Because they won the Royal Rumble, but look, Bill, we know, me and you especially, that's not always the case.
I agree with you. I think Sasha and Bianca should main event the
But that's
night.
only because of the Royal Rumble. Other than that, I would probably say probably not.
Right. All right. Want to move on to night two?
Oh, that's right. There's only two matches for night one. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So these are the confirmed night two matches. Roman Reigns versus Edge for the Universal title. Maybe Daniel Bryan gets involved.
Well, who knows? We might know in the next 45 minutes.
That's true. Asuka defends the Raw Women's title against Rhea Ripley. And Bray Wyatt, Burned Fiend, against Randy Orton.
So there's three matches then.
Right. That's confirmed.
All right, so what's the first one again? And then we'll start with that.
Roman Reigns and Edge.
All right, assuming Daniel Bryan. I'm going to assume that right now. In fact, why don't we do this? Can you give me a SmackDown update?
Yes, I can. Let me get back.
While you go look for that, Kuter, what are your thoughts on, let's assume it's Edge versus Reigns versus Daniel Bryan?
I think it's necessary to have a veteran like Daniel Bryan in that match. Just because, God forbid, something happens to Edge at his older age. Reigns is not the ring general who's going to be able to call that match. God forbid something happens to Edge. So you need somebody like Daniel Bryan who's going to be able to call it on the fly. And I think he's going to be able to keep everybody in, you know, he's going to be able to hold that match together with his style, because he can pretty much have an amazing match with anybody. You know, he, to me, he's like that Dolph Ziggler or that Shawn Michaels who can sell, and his offense still does look believable too. So I think it's necessary, because I don't think alone Edge is going to have a good match with somebody that he hasn't touched. You know what I mean? Like,
we'll see, but I
actually
think I was going to say that's a problem to me, is that if the reason why is because he's not going to, don't put him in the fucking main event.
Oh, I agree with that. I don't think he should be in the main event at all.
Right. You're saying that because you're forced, not saying that you're forced, but since you're forced with the scenario,
yes,
that's why you think that. I gotcha.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, that's a WWE problem. Like, like people that, you know what I'm saying. Bill, give us our SmackDown update.
Basically, what they're giving you is at least they're giving you a courtesy spit, you know?
All right, so Seth Rollins beat Shinsuke Nakamura. We had
light went out.
Oh, there's the lights!
I knew I remembered it.
Yay!
I knew I remembered it, and then all the phones go off. So funny.
Did the Undertaker just arrive?
And I remember when this happened, I was like, you know what? Good. I don't need to see this match. But you know what? With that in mind, real quick, Bill, I'm going to, in honor of this match, I'm going to take a bathroom break real quick. So why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves?
Why does he have to take the bathroom break in the women's match? That's so like 2005.
Well, and also
2005 thing to say. Like,
and
really.
also because the lights went out. I probably, and to be fair, I probably would have wound up going to the bathroom around this time.
I know, we would have, yeah, because it's the women's match. I know, yeah.
Well, no, and also because the lights went out.
Yeah, right. You go with that. Enjoy your piss.
Okay. You don't have to pee. It could be something else.
Yeah, all right. All right, enjoy your number 2, yeah.
Thank you. If I'm longer than expected, you'll know why.
Uh-huh. Okay,
He's gonna be so mad
there goes Melita.
He's gonna be so mad when he comes back and listens to what we said about him.
Oh man!
All right, so what's the next match?
Oh, from SmackDown?
Oh, you're doing the SmackDown, or are we doing the card?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't have to. I mean, we can
hold off on the SmackDown one because he's gonna want to know what happened.
Yeah. Oh, Santino pulling Maria.
Oh God! Do you remember him winning that battle, that women's battle royal?
Yes.
I wanted to kill him so bad.
Oh, Jerry Lawler getting involved.
And you know what
now.
made me laugh was I knew eventually he would be in the women's Royal Rumble. I think he did that either this year or last year. I was dying laughing.
Right. The funny part about that, because like when I saw it when it happened, I was like, "Oh man, Jim's gonna be so pissed." Because he hates Santino so much. And then when we talked about it, he was like, "Oh, I didn't mind it that much. It wasn't that bad." And I'm like, wow, that is not the reaction I thought I was going to get from you, Jim.
Fastest shit ever.
So what he's saying is he didn't wipe.
Pretty much.
There you go. There you go.
Wow.
I heard
We have stuff to talk about. We have like 10 matches in 45 minutes to still talk about.
All right, so the rest of SmackDown that's happened, there was a 6-man tag. Apollo Crews and the Alpha Academy beat Big E and the Street Profits.
Who's the Alpha Academy?
Chad Gable and Otis.
Oh my God, really?
It's a very strange pairing, but it's kind of fun.
Otis was so cool like months and months ago. What happened?
I know.
I loved Otis. That's the key thing I've learned during all of this is like, don't cheer anyone because eventually they're gonna make it like it's like you're stupid as hell for cheering them.
Then we had the KO show. Special guest Sami Zayn.
They're still doing things.
And
they're still doing. Oh, look at this Snoop Dogg.
Yeebity neebity.
All right. So what did Kevin Owens have to say for himself?
All right. So they talked about Sami Zayn, you know, the documentary conspiracy storyline that Sami's got going, and then Sami brings up that he's had a Twitter exchange with Logan Paul, and that Logan Paul is helping with the documentary, and Logan Paul will be on SmackDown next week.
Oh no!
And then Kevin Owens challenges Sami Zayn to a match at WrestleMania, to which Sami says yes.
Okay, so that's a new match. Is that one that you already knew?
Is
that one that you knew already or no? Okay.
No. Daniel Bryan confronts Adam Pearce.
Oof.
Adam Pearce will make a decision on the World Heavyweight title match tonight. And the match they have on right now is Bianca Belair against Natalya.
Oh, wow.
I wonder who's going to win. Okay, so going back to the WrestleMania card, what's the next match?
All right, so we talked about Roman Reigns and Edge. Asuka against Rhea Ripley for the Raw Women's title.
Kuter, you can go first with this.
I'm not mad at it because I had a feeling with Charlotte being out and them promoting Rhea coming up to the main roster. I think it's a logical choice. You know, it kind of reminds me of when Shawn had to step in for Hunter to face John Cena. You know, like Rhea was the person who lost to Charlotte last year. She's that next person. It's a rushed storyline, but I can see it being a good match. And I always do enjoy matches where I see two people who have never touched before. And that's the one thing that's intriguing me. You know, Rhea's style and Asuka's style they're two completely different things. I want to see what these two can do.
So, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he basically do did Rhea basically do a Goldberg where she's like, I'm next, basically?
No, she said, like, you know, Charlotte was on a couple weeks ago and issued a challenge for WrestleMania, but because she has COVID, which she actually does have, Rhea stepped up and was like, I challenge you, Asuka, for the Raw Women's title at WrestleMania.
And no one else in that locker room that's a woman was able to do that. That actually had wins and have been on the show. All right, cool.
Nope.
You're such a dick. You just hate everything.
Because none of this shit makes sense. This is why, did I not say earlier, like, why I hate this stuff now? Like, none of this shit makes any sense. Anyway, again, same thing. Whatever. Whoever wins, wins.
Oh my God. You were going to get a repeat WrestleMania match, and now you're getting something brand new. Let's hate on that. Cool stuff.
Well, why don't you give them some build-up? Why don't you actually have Rhea Ripley get a few wins or win a number one contenders match? Is it that hard? You have like 9 hours of programming a week.
How many?
They kill you?
Dude, what are you supposed to do when somebody gets COVID? You pull them and you move.
It's not like the event was 3 days later. You just have a number one contenders match. That's all I'm asking for.
Oh my God, you need a number one contenders match. Okay. That's
or a battle royal. Give me something. So you were okay last year. Hold on. So
a match is actually a pretty good thing.
Hold on. So you were okay, last year with Goldberg just saying I am next. And
absolutely. You're comparing apples.
It's the same fucking thing.
Not the same thing. It's fucking dumbass Goldberg that Vince has a hard on for.
But what I'm saying is, in storyline, neither of them earned the shot.
It's fucking wrestling. Does every little tiny thing have to make sense? Or
yes. For a TV show, yes. I like most of it. I like a quarter of it to make sense for WWE.
So you're trying to tell me you've never watched a boxing match or a UFC fight that probably shouldn't have happened because it was a good matchup?
First off, those are real sports.
But no, it's the same.
And not only that, but I don't watch boxing number one.
Like a placement match on a UFC card that happens for no reason, but these two didn't have a press conference. Or, at least give me a press conference.
I don't know anything about boxing or UFC. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to this.
Oh my God! All right, well there you go. It's the same. You can make
and
that.
Why is there a marching band on WrestleMania 24?
Why not?
It has to be.
Pretty much.
Like,
I can imagine Triple H coming out. Triple H coming out to the marching band. That's not my new goal in life. I want to see Triple H come out to a marching band.
I don't even remember who's
in the marching band.
Who's the champion? Is it Orton or Triple H?
It's Orton.
Okay.
It's Orton.
So yeah, get ready for me to hate on this show for the next half hour, Cooter. Bad news.
I'm just still going to challenge you at every turn.
All right. So the final match that's confirmed for now, for night 2, is The Fiend burned barbecue crispy Kentucky Fried Chicken Bray Wyatt against Randy Orton.
Remember how The Fiend was cool like a year ago?
A year ago? Yes.
Now he's just like a bad version of the Joker and Harley Quinn. Is this going to be a Firefly Fuckhouse match?
They haven't announced it yet.
All right, you know what? I'm
So
gonna go first because I absolutely
please
fucking
do.
hate this. And I absolutely hate this because we've seen Randy Orton and Bray Wyatt, and every time they have a match, it fucking sucks.
That's why I think it's going to be a Firefly Fuckhouse match.
Right, like that
Right.
one that they had in that stupid fucking house. That shit. Oh my
yeah.
God, that was a steaming pile of dog shit. All right. And then the second thing is, this was the actual build-up thing that they were actually doing very well. I was enjoying the storyline with him and Alexa Bliss. It was something different. They were making it work, and then you brought back fucking Freddy Krueger. What is this bullshit? Like, I was interested in where it was going. But see, that's the first problem. And now I'm going to sound like Jim, because you give me something that I'm starting to enjoy. And it's like you said earlier, don't like anybody because they're just going to fuck them up for you later.
Right. Why have you not learned this?
Oh, I agree with you, but not in every situation.
Yeah, with WWE, 90% of them.
90% is a fair yes.
Thank you. At least we agree on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm struggling to find that 10%, to be fair, but I'm sure it's there. Oh, the production. I'm always impressed by WWE's production values. There's your 10%.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Kuter, you actually ended that really abruptly. I didn't think you were done.
No, you know what? I don't know what to say about this feud. I really don't. This is like the one time where I'm like, I hate it, but I don't know why I hate it.
Well, here's what's funny. Like, I've been reading, like, some people, like, saying, like, again, like me and you, Bill, said, remember how, like, The Fiend was so cool last year? And people are like, what happened? I'm like, I think it's pretty obvious. Alexa Bliss happened. The Fiend it's just like when The Undertaker back in the day, all of a sudden, Sarah decided to be an on-air character. Like, there's certain characters that don't need anybody else as part of them. And I think The Fiend was one of them.
Right.
I'm with you on that, but I'll also say in his absence, her character, to me, because here's the thing, I just started watching again, I'd say maybe 3 months ago. Okay. And I first came back because of NXT. I was interested, but when I started watching Raw, the stuff I liked, Hurt Business, and for some reason, Alexa Bliss's character. I don't know why. I thought it was a nice switch for her. But where it's taken us, you know, it's like, oh, okay, you know what? I was wrong. I apologize. I was wrong. Please take this shit back. Put it back on the shelf.
All right. All right. The rest of the matches that we know.
Yeah, how many do we have left? Because I'm just kind of timing it now because we have a half hour. How many do we have left?
Well, we've got now with Owens and Zayn, we have 6.
Okay, we can.
Water shit.
Okay, so go ahead. What's the next? So these are unconfirmed now. This list.
These are confirmed.
Oh, these are confirmed, but we don't know what night.
Right.
Let's go.
Okay. New Day defending the Raw Tag Team titles against AJ Styles and Omos.
Okay.
I'm gonna take this one first. I'm actually kind of interested in this match because AJ has been really good these last 6 months, and Omos, see, I pronounced it right, Jim. That's an interesting character only because of his size and how very little he talks. But when he talks, it actually is good, like good segments. So I'm kind of interested to see how he does in the ring.
Okay. Cool. You want to go next on that one?
AJ Styles looks like a basketball standing next to that dude.
He really does.
It's and I think it's a great pairing. It reminds me of that Shawn Michaels Diesel thing because as big as Diesel is, the fact that you put him with a shorter Shawn made him look that much bigger. And so I'm reminiscing on that. And again, it's like you're saying, he's not talking much, but when he does, it's working. And AJ's just been solid. So, yeah, it is interesting. And I think you got that wily veteran like Kofi and, you know, and that other trombone playing idiot. So, I mean, they can work. Huh?
At least that's not in common. That I hate the New Day as well. I think they're one
I
of the
do.
worst things.
I hate that
And
fucking gimmick so bad.
I wish it would end. And it's one of the reasons. Like I'm like I feel like if I was talking to people about pro wrestling outside of things like this, I would be like,
That's the one you wouldn't mention because you don't want to be embarrassed.
right? I hope that you don't see the New Day shit. Look, I mean, for me, Bill, you could probably answer this maybe more than Kuter. Does WWE have the weakest tag team division in wrestling? I think
yes.
so too. So right there, I kind of don't really have that much of a care. It doesn't even matter if AJ and what is his name again? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Almost.
Won anything for it? Because I mean, the tag team titles are so like not even a thing to me for WWE.
Right.
That being said, they love the New Day, so I expect them to win because even though Big E was separated from them, what was it, like a couple months ago? Don't worry, when they make sure at every moment those three are together when they have a chance to. So
Hey, all I'm gonna say, at least with AJ, is it's a lot better than what I originally heard he was
Right.
going to have for WrestleMania.
yes, I agree.
Wait, what was the rumor?
Triple fucking H.
Yep.
I'm not mad at that.
I would be furious, but you know what? It's not happening, so it's fine. Okay, next match, I think, right? Yeah, 'cause we have...
Yeah, next match, Intercontinental title, Big E against Apollo Crews.
So I heard Apollo Crews actually has a gimmick now.
Yes.
Can people tell me a little bit more about this? He has multiple wives?
He's like related to like a Nigerian king from like 100+ years
I just heard he had
ago.
multiple wives and apparently developed an accent.
Yeah, that's about it.
If I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong, because he used to do this whole Uha Nation thing beforehand,
Yeah.
and it was a gimmick that worked very well for him on the Indies. So I mean,
Right.
if anything than that smiling fucking, I hate that. I'm just happy to be here smile. It's that Jason Jordan smile that I fucking want to. I'm just happy to be here. I'm Kurt Angle's boy, like that kind of shit. Finally, they're putting him in a direction where I think he can make this work, and because he's an amazing worker, and he has great matches when you put him up with people. He just needs a proper character, and that Jordan Miles like smiling bullshit all the time is only going to get you so far. It's not going to get you past the mid card.
Isn't that like half of the roster? Like the good guys, like aren't they just all
Yeah,
like, smiley?
Yeah, it's just.
And all the bad
Yeah.
guys are like, oh, I'm mean. Like, isn't that just WWE? Like that's
Yeah,
I mean, I
much.
agree with you.
Cookie
I
cutter.
agree with you with the Apollo Crews. Like, he has to have a character, but so do like fucking at least 80% of the other roster does too.
Oh, no question. No,
It's basically cookie cutter.
that's the biggest knock on them for me. Has
Right.
always been their character development, but
Right.
when they get it right, they get it right. That
But
much
again,
I
I'm-
can say.
But again, I hesitate to get invested in Apollo Crews because I know what they did to Otis. I know what they. Who's the other one, Bill, that I liked in the last couple of months? Oh fuck, I forgot now. Who was it?
Oh.
Not
What show?
Otis. I feel like SmackDown because I watched SmackDown when there were no fans, like the little streak. I can't. I know there was someone else, and I just can't think of who it was. And I remember they were like, "Oh no, we're gonna change them." Obviously, we've talked about the Fiend. I liked the Fiend last year, but that's not what I'm thinking of.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it Cesaro and Shinsuke?
I think you were
No,
maybe
no.
Nakamura.
No. I'll think of it I'll think of it at some point. Not
All right.
today, but
Because they brought
okay.
Nakamura back to that strong style gimmick, and I'm really digging him again.
well, that's good. I mean, did he go back to his old song at least?
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
Yes.
that's good. That's a plus. That's what we loved in 2018 Royal Rumble.
yes.
We loved him there. That was the best Royal Rumble of the 2010s, for sure. The men's 2018 Royal Rumble. All the others were like okay, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't know if. I mean, obviously 2016 sucked, but. Okay, next match.
Bad Bunny
Here
versus
we go.
The Miz.
Go ahead, Cooter. I know you want to get mad at this.
No thanks. No.
That's
They
it?
can take this. No,
Okay,
well, let me
that's what I
go.
was looking for. Go ahead.
Trust me. They can take this whole idea that bad. There always has to be that one celebrity bullshit match that's just gonna fucking be filler for the card. And I haven't been mad at him on Raw as like Damian Priest's manager type thing. You know, they have a good back and forth. It was fun, but for him to be in a match with somebody like The Miz, even though The Miz is kind of like a wimpy character, what the fuck are we doing? We could put anybody else over using The Miz, you know. But we're gonna use Bad Bunny, who's not gonna show up after fucking WrestleMania. What's the point? What's the Miz supposed to do the next night on Raw?
Well, originally it was going to be a tag match, where it would be Bad Bunny and Damian Priest against Miz and Morrison. And then I guess somewhere within the last few weeks, they changed their mind to making it Bad Bunny against The Miz.
Because I would way much rather see Damian Priest in a handicap match than Miz against against Bad Bunny. It is so. Give me Damian Priest and Morrison over that, please. That would be an amazing matchup. But no, you got fucking John Morrison, an amazing talent, being a fucking manager to a fucking wimpy bum like the fucking Miz. And I'm not saying that like the Miz is a bad, but as his character, he's just like the wimpy fucking like little heel. And Jomo is his little roadie. Jomo's so talented.
I mean, they're basically doing their act from 10 years ago.
Of course, and it was old then, and it's terrible, even more terrible now.
Right. Yeah, that's part of the problem. I mean, I liked it back then, but I'm like, look, even though I liked it back then and 10 years ago, I'm like, come on, think of new shit.
Well, Miz was also a different character then, with the top hat and all that shit. Like, he was a completely different, style of even promo. Like, everything about him was different. So it worked then, but it doesn't work in this iteration.
Right, I agree.
As Miz being this movie star character. It's fucking terrible.
Also, you have to remember that back in 10 years ago when they were doing this, or actually more than 10 years ago, I feel like they did in like 2008, 2009.
They were on ECW, for Christ's sake.
Right, so back then, though, YouTube wasn't as big then, so it was like revolutionary at that point. Now it's like, oh, same shit, different day, another problem that WWE has. But, I don't know. Yeah, Bad Bunny, I'm surprised more because of the fact that, as Bill and I talked about in our Eliminator Royal Rumble podcast episode for the Men's Royal Rumble, I was like, wow, they're actually making Damian Priest seem like a big deal. And I didn't really know that much about him until watching that Royal Rumble. So to me, it seemed like an instinct that it would be a tag team match. So I'm a little surprised by that, to be honest with you. But then again, if we go back to our theme for this past hour, don't care about anything WWE builds up. So it might be part of that. So Bill, do you want to give thoughts or do you want to go to the next match?
No, I don't have anything else to say.
You're not going to sing your favorite Bad Bunny song?
I don't know what it would be.
It's also probably in a different language.
Exactly. Next match is Braun Strowman against Shane
Garbage.
McMahon.
Why is Shane McMahon even here? Obviously, this is the match that I'm going to be the most mad about.
All right, let me tell you how this came up. So, Braun got angry that he wasn't in the Elimination Chamber match because it was for people who had won the WWE title. He'd only won the Universal title. So, that makes sense to keep him out. So he blamed Shane McMahon for this. And Shane tries to help him by putting him in a tag title match with Adam Pearce, which they obviously lost because they're not tag team champions.
So, they had a shot to be tag team champions?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So the next week, Braun wanted an apology from Shane for what happened. and he kinda did. And then Shane had later in the night called Braun stupid. So this is Big Show Shane McMahon from 20 years ago.
Probably done better then. Okay.
And then
I mean, Shane was
like
a fresh
2
jack
weeks
20 years
later-
ago, so of course it was done.
That is true. He was a fresh jack. And then about a week or two after that segment, they had a match on Raw. And it ends up where Shane McMahon pours slime over Braun Strowman.
Well, they've been watching lots of Paramount Plus.
Yeah,
oh
pretty
boy,
much.
let's go back to the Nickelodeon days. Ugh.
Hey, dude was just added to Paramount Plus.
Oh, physical challenge,
Yeah,
double dare. Oh.
You know what? I'd rather be talking about Double Dare right now.
You and me both, bro.
Well, we could do that in a little bit. So then they were supposed to have a match at Fastlane. Shane injured his leg. He has a substitute in Elias. Braun beats him. And then Raw this past Monday, Braun, I think, had another match with Elias, and Shane hit him with a crutch. And Braun challenged Shane to a match at WrestleMania, and Shane's like, yes, we'll do it. You can pick any match you want, which he didn't say.
Sure, it'll be no disqualification thing, so he could jump off the highest thing possible.
Yay!
I'd like... You know what? I'd like it to be a first slime match.
Okay.
Because you can't edit that out on Peacock.
Sure.
You know, no one gets offended by slime.
I am.
Of course, you could.
All right, rock, paper, scissors. Who's going first?
I'll go first. So I don't know. I just feel like somehow Shane McMahon's gonna win.
Yeah.
I am so mad at this.
I know. I'm so mad that like I don't even have words right now. Actually.
Every year since he came back, we're always talking about, all right, we don't need Shane and his shitty rabbit punches that look fucking terrible. Okay? You had one good match with Kurt Angle. You should have stayed retired. You should have stayed away. He's a great on-screen talent as like an authority figure.
I thought him and Vince was good. WrestleMania 17.
Okay, but
that was after Kurt Angle.
That's.
Oh, was it? I'm sorry. Maybe it might not have been.
We're talking 20 years ago.
I'm just trying to remember when the Kurt was it 2000 or 2001 the Kurt Angle match. I was 01 because it was started the shitty invasion angle. You're right. Okay, sorry. Continue, Kuter. I got sidetracked.
We've just gotten to a point where why do we have to put Shane in a match? No, Shane is not selling subscriptions. No one's buying pay-per-views to see fucking Shane McMahon.
Sure, no one's selling subscriptions.
Yeah, great. Guess what? I'm waiting for the day now that he keeps getting older and older, and he wants to get his fucking shit in and do his spot. I hope he breaks his fucking leg.
Wow.
I really do. Because I'm overseeing him. He doesn't have good matches. The fact that when he came back, he had a match. He's had a match with nothing but top name talent. He had AJ Styles, right? He's had The Undertaker. I mean, arguably The Miz but last year, that year was a higher name talent. Why are we wasting good talent on fucking Shane McMahon?
Maybe we could have had Mrs. Dad against Shane McMahon this year.
Oh, that would have been great.
Bill, what were your thoughts?
What, a Shane versus Mrs.
No,
Dad?
Shane versus Strowman.
Oh, that was... Oh, like I said, it's Shane and Big Show from 20 years ago. That's really all it is.
You know what Go ahead.
And I kind of feel bad for Braun because, you know, he ended up winning the Universal title last year at WrestleMania, and now he's going to be put in some stipulation match with Shane McMahon and will probably lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the shame for Braun because he always gets the short end of the stick. Lately, every WrestleMania, he had a squash match against Goldberg last year. He's got to be in this bullshit. And, I mean, let us not remind him the day where him and Nicholas won the fucking tag titles at WrestleMania. So I'm just tired of Braun, who's always used as this physical, awesome talent. But when it comes time for the biggest pay-per-view of the year, you just make him look like a fucking jackass.
And let's not forget the Battle Royal from a couple years ago.
Okay. All right. Let's not. You're right. Fuck. Fuck me.
I meant what I meant by that was the weak use of him. That's what I meant.
Yeah, of course. It's like
taking out the weekend update guys.
Okay. All right. How many matches do we have left? Because I'm just checking on the time here.
We have 2 more that are confirmed, and then I'll tell you the quote-unquote...
All right, so we got to go through this. Obviously, this is going to run to the next hour, so let's just go.
Seth Rollins versus Cesaro.
I mean, again, whatever. Whoever wins, wins. Why do I, like... Is it for anything or no? No, okay.
No.
Yeah, so, yeah, there's no...
They've had a nice build-up storyline on SmackDown, so I'm really not mad at this, and I think it's going to be a good match. You know, the whole Seth Rollins trying to restart his like little crew and wanted to add Cesaro, and Cesaro wanted no part of him and has no respect for him. Like, to me, it's a basic storyline, and you know, it's enough for me to be like, all right, at least they're not going over the top to make it ridiculous. And these two are going to put on a classic. This is going to be, on the men's side, this is going to be the sleeper match of the night for me.
All right, Bill, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good match. I think Cesaro, you know, he's been waiting for an opportunity like this for a while, and to have it with a guy like Seth Rollins, who, when he can deliver. You know, he's not like Randy or Sasha, where he picks and chooses. He just happens to have times where he has the wrong person to work with.
All right, so who's the next match? Because we gotta go a little bit quicker here.
Okay, so the final match, the new one that I mentioned a little while ago, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn.
I can't believe these two are still fighting.
I'm okay.
But again, same as last time. Why do I care? So whatever. Fight forever, sure. Your thoughts?
I'm looking forward to it.
They will never put on a terrible match, in my opinion. I'm always for it, and they've kept them far away from each other for long enough to where, like, now they're gonna put on that big match that they've always wanted to put on, the big stage, and I think they're gonna fucking tear the house down, because they never disappoint, those two.
All right, Bill, next match. Like I said, we're rushing a little bit here because we're kind of trying to get
Okay, so now we're into the projected matches. There's 2 different SmackDown Tag Team title matches. One is Dolph Ziggler and Robert Roode against the Street Profits. The other is a 4-way match with the same 2 teams, plus Otis and Chad Gable and Rey and Dominic.
I mean, this is easy for me. I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why do I care about any of this? Okay, so you're up, and then I can ask my question on the whole purpose of this hour. Go ahead.
I don't care. This is one I actually don't care about.
The problem is because it's the tag team division, and we've got no reason to care about the tag team division.
Yeah, the tag teams are fucking trash now.
Yeah, which is sad.
So here's my question for you, and it's kind of more of, I guess, a question for me in some ways. Is, are you watching both nights? And if you're not, or if you are, is there anything that can stop you from watching one of the nights, or like what are your plans here, both of you?
You want to start this,
I haven't
Kuter?
decided, because I'm not a WWE Network subscriber. I don't have the Peacock. If I was to get the Peacock, in all honesty, I don't know if I would watch. I would probably watch both nights, but I think I'm more likely to watch the NXT stuff, because I've been loving their build on all their storylines, and like, they're simple, they work, it's not terribly overdone, and the matches are always incredible and deliver.
Bill, what about you?
I probably will end up watching both nights, just because it's WrestleMania. I think the only way it would turn me off is if they got somebody on there that is like a celebrity maybe that I really don't like. That would maybe be the only thing that would turn me off from not watching both nights.
Now, for me, it's hard to tell for me because obviously this being probably the last wrestling show I'm doing at least for a while, part of me is like, I guess WrestleMania is kind of like my personal series finale, so maybe I should kind of watch it. But then I'm like, here's what I think is the most likely thing that's gonna happen to me. I'm gonna wait till the day of, then I'm gonna be like, oh, it's like an hour before WrestleMania night 1. What am I doing? And is there now? I think there's a better chance probably for me to watch a show on the Sunday show, but on the Saturday show I'm gonna be like, we talked in the first 2 hours of like all these different things on HBO Max and Disney Plus and whatnot. If I'm really in that mood, I can easily say, you know what? I'd rather fucking watch Godzilla than WWE tonight. But if there's nothing on, I can easily see that I start watching it. I mean, certainly it's not in the realm of possibility that I don't watch it because, like I said before, last year's WrestleMania, the last full one I watched was WrestleMania 28, I think. So it's not like most people where they're like, I'm not going to watch it this year, and yet they've watched every single one for the last fucking 15 years. So here's what my best guess is going to happen. I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to watch a little bit of it. I'm going to remember how much the fans suck. And then I'm going to wind up turning it off. Because especially if Hogan comes out and fans cheer him, I'll be like, they should have booed him. I think I'm going to play Persona 5. I can totally see that. But then again, like if Titus is night 1, which I didn't even think that was a possibility that they're both on separate nights, maybe it's a different story.
Yeah.
So it's going to definitely be a day of thing for me.
Okay.
There's definitely more of a chance of a Saturday because obviously Monday I work and, Sunday. I mean, I didn't buy the last AEW pay-per-view because it was on the Sunday. So I'm fickle like that too. Because I've worked, so I can't really enjoy especially did it run till midnight? Thank God I didn't buy it. I would have had like 6 hours of sleep for work and it would not have been worth it. Or any wrestling event, really.
To see that explosion at the end of the night, you would have been so mad.
I think I would have been more upset the fact that I am not getting enough sleep now because of this. Because even for Royal Rumble, my main complaint was it went too long and it was unnecessary for it to go this long. Like I would start looking at AEW show and be like, these 2 matches did not need to happen. And it could have been shorter. Can we normalize shorter wrestling shows, please? That's what I would like.
Well, that's always been the knock on Raw. That 3 hours is just too much.
Right.
It is.
And that's why I'm kind of okay with this fucking switch the way that they're doing it 2 nights now. Because if they can do it where it's 2.5 hours each night, because they're going to want to get it 5 hours worth of shit. If it's 2.5 hours, I'm likely, gonna watch both of them because, it's not that long. Like, if you watch everything with the pre-show, you're looking at an 8-hour day.
And that's one of my biggest turnoffs of wrestling, not even just WWE. It feels like a job now.
Yes.
It feels like a fucking job just to keep up with it.
Do you know why I love wrestling right now? Because of Hulu, because of the way that watching TV has changed.
But that doesn't change the amount of time, though.
Yeah, it does, because I fast forward through the bullshit. I do. I'm a fast forward, master.
Plus, Hulu has a shorter version.
All the backstage segments, I go through all the matches I don't give a fuck about, and I watch the stuff that I care about.
Plus, Hulu has less of the show, does it not?
They have all of SmackDown, and I think they...
No, because I thought it was a thing. Maybe this is old. I know it used to happen. It might not happen anymore. I thought what it was like they would cut down, because I always remember seeing articles, here's what they cut from Hulu, because they had to have a certain amount of time.
They do cut things off of Raw. Raw is a 90-minute show, edited. They basically cut out all the entrances a lot of the backstage segments that are worthless, and whatever match that they felt was the shittiest on the card. NXT gets edited down from the 2-hour broadcast to 1 hour.
By the way, I
And
would totally tune into.
SmackDown gets everything.
By the way, I would totally tune in to at least check out NXT again. If when they moved to Tuesday, they went back to that 1 hour format, for sure. I have no interest in their continuing 2-hour format.
Their 2-hour format does not bother me.
It definitely bothers me, but okay. So, which this kind of brings a transition into as this is the last hour. Oh, actually, there's 2 minutes left. Bill, why don't you give us a SmackDown update? That's what I was just gonna say, or a Ring of Honor update.
Yep. Okay, I'll do SmackDown real quick. Daniel Bryan has been added to the Universal title match.
I figured that was gonna happen.
So we knew that was gonna happen. With Ring of Honor, this is what has happened since we did the first match. 6-man tag team title match. Shane Taylor Promotions defeated Mexa Squad to stay the 6-man tag champions.
Why are there 6-man tag team champions there?
I guess it's that whole New Japan. I don't know.
It was cool when they had the Kingdom.
They had a Ring of Honor. They had a Ring of Honor television title match. Kenny King, who was substituting for Dragon Lee, wrestled Tracy Williams. Tracy Williams won the television title. Flip Gordon against Mark Briscoe. Flip Gordon won that match.
Isn't Flip Gordon Montana's favorite son or something like that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, good.
Dalton Castle against Josh Woods. Dalton Castle won. And they are currently on EC3 against
God, I'm so sad that EC3 signed with Ring of Honor when he had that hot thing with Impact with Moose. Like, I thought that was going to be, hey, EC3 is coming home, and it wasn't the case.
All right. I also have confirmed from Mike Johnson the matches we talked about that are set now for night 1 and night 2.
Okay, cool.
So, for night 1, besides the SmackDown Women's title match and the WWE title match, Miz versus Bad Bunny, Shane McMahon versus Braun Strowman, New Day against AJ and Omos, and Seth and Cesaro are all night 1. Night 2, the Universal title match, the Raw Women's title match, Kevin Owens against Sami Zayn, Randy Orton against The Fiend, and Big E against Apollo
Night 2's definitely got the better card.
All right. So I think going about the so like I said, this last hour is basically going to focus on, just like stuff. I'm not talking about a main, like one promotion in particular, because I feel like in a lot of ways some of these topics I'm going to bring up is a wrestling in general type of situation. I kind of want to know how you guys feel. So obviously, like, one of the reasons I'm like, me and Bill are going to do Bill Learns Kingdom Hearts, which is our half-hour Bill watching the Kingdom Hearts movie and us talking about it and whatnot, and kind of leaving wrestling on the back burner, at least for now. Because there's so many things that, like, I just can't stand about wrestling anymore. And I'm curious what you guys think. And one of them we kind of touched on leading into in the previous hour was the fact that there's too much content out there at this point. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, NXT's moving to Tuesday, and then Impact's moving to Thursday, which would mean that Monday through Friday there's a new wrestling show every single day. It's such a chore. Even if I want to watch non-WWE stuff, it's still a chore at this point. What do you guys think? Too much out there or not enough? I'd be surprised if you said not enough, to be honest with you.
Well, from my standpoint, I watch so much television as it is, because of Hulu and not wanting to watch commercials. It's easier that way, but the fact that it's the length of the shows. If those shows were an hour, I could easily fit them in my schedule.
Right.
But when we're talking a 2-hour show every night, when I want to watch something else, like I don't know if anybody watches anything on NBC, but I'm looking forward to that episode coming up of Law and Order SVU, because they're bringing back that character from years ago.
Okay.
And it's like,
Right.
you know, that's something that, even though that show to me is also going that route of like being political and whatnot, but they do things to try to balance it out. Where I feel like wrestling isn't balancing out their shows as much as they should, and they're just too long to begin with.
Well, let me put it this way. Let's do a normal 2-hour show that would apply to Dynamite and or SmackDown. Because I don't want to single out any promotion on this, because I do feel on this last hour. When I look at that, I'm like, all right, 2 hours. I could watch at least 2 episodes of a show that I'm really interested in that time. And at least I know from those 2 shows, eventually, it might not be that day, it might not be that week, but it'll probably be within the next 2 or 3 weeks, there will be an ending that I will be either satisfied at or furious about. Wrestling doesn't have that because it's continuous. So there's no ending to all the time that you're spending to do it.
Oh my God, that's so true. You know what? It's like doing drugs.
It 100% is. That's a great comparison.
Because you're literally that first hit of whatever drug, whether it's say cocaine or heroin, nothing's ever going to be as good as that first initial, oh my God, that feeling, right? You're constantly chasing the dragon watching wrestling.
And not only that, it's always continuing. Like, one of the reasons I can't get into New Japan is because, it's in, unless there's a way that I don't know of, it's in another language. Now, obviously, there's probably closed captions. Cool.
Well, they have
they have English comments. They have Kevin Kelly doing it.
Do they? Okay, I was actually not aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so bad example. But going back to my point is like, there's no ending to it. And I'm just like, and I'll throw this out there to you. I don't know if you guys agree. I'm really curious about this. I think right now is the best time to not be a wrestling fan. And I'm not saying that as a diss to be as a wrestling fan. I'm saying that because for the first time in our lives, there's so much shit on streaming. Even if you don't like the new stuff, you could watch stuff that you grew up on.
Yeah.
You could, like me, I kind of want to rewatch Super Mario World from back in the day on Paramount.
Oh my
Don't
God.
like that? Maybe you want to watch some reality TV. Don't like that? You could watch your favorite drama, your favorite horror movie, your favorite or horror series. There's so much choice out there. Versus wrestling, that's like more or less the same thing for the most part.
Yeah.
Let me introduce this concept for you then. Do you think, like, all right, so when you're watching anything television-wise, there's always, the beginning, middle, and ending. And we've always argued that, like, these guys, they never get any fucking time off, and it's always continuous. If they were 9 months out of the year, and they had that 3 months where they were gone, do you think it would be more palatable for you to watch on a regular basis?
I used to not think that, but I do think I would lean towards that now. Because if you give, like a regular TV series, if you give a cliffhanger at the end of the quote-unquote series finale, then at least you know that you're building towards something. I mean, let's face it. You have all these, we just talked about a shitload of matches for Wrestlemania.
Right.
How many are you just going to see within a month or 2 months' time again?
Mm-hmm.
True.
And you know that's going to be the case unless it was, a part-timer coming back, which then they probably won't have that. And you know what? Even so, they might still do it with that too. It just would be at SummerSlam.
I swear to God, I always said if they would just shut down and not do anything from, say, September to January, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Maybe October, November, and December. Don't do shit, right? Because, or for me, the best thing would be January to August. Because January, I mean, that's your Royal Rumble. You go into Mania, and you end it off with SummerSlam. We don't need the fucking Survivor Series anymore. Like, it's
I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and you're also
Yeah.
would be featured in times starting in January. Most television series are on break, so you do better in the ratings.
Well, can I ask you this then?
You have no sports really that are watched on those nights. So I mean, you would do better in the ratings, and it would be a commodity as opposed to a weekly episodic nightmare.
Well, can I ask you this then? Because, again, I'm kind of keeping my thing to, like, it's a problem with all wrestling. That was clearly just a WWE timetable. Would you have every promotion be that timetable? See, that's where it gets hard. That's where it gets hard. But still, why doesn't everyone make their own timetable?
But here's the thing: I don't watch the other fucking promotions, so I don't really care. So that's the thing. What they do with their audience, like, and I'm not trying to shit on AEW or Impact because I hear, like, Impact to a certain extent puts on they've been better. And again, I don't see how they're benefiting from, somebody like Kenny Omega coming in and just beating up.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, if anybody's getting the rub, it's AEW. Because, they've been taking their lackluster show and, featuring the Good Brothers who are just killing it everywhere. And I love those guys. But, like, to my point, I'm not watching it. But, I'll listen to their podcasts and I'll listen. You get what I'm saying.
Okay, so it's not really the right question to ask you. That's fine.
Yeah.
Bill, what about you?
Okay, so the thing with there being wrestling every week, the problem is going to be for the very diehard fan is they will lose track of what's going to be on a certain night. So, like, they won't lose track of Raw because everyone knows it's Monday Night Raw. It's in the title of the show. But let's say, like, we do Tuesday and it's like, oh, there's something on, but I don't remember. And then you get to, like, maybe halfway through the show and you're like, oh, shit, I missed NXT. And let's say they don't have Hulu or Peacock and they can't get to watching it. And it's like, I missed an important thing. For me, I know Wednesday is my hardest night for wrestling because as AEW and NXT are on at the same time for however much longer it is with NXT, the Masked Singer is on. And I have to switch back and forth between 3 shows. Now, with NXT gone to Tuesdays, it's going to help me a little bit. But there's still the problem of going back and forth. Okay, what's going to keep my attention? Is it going to be a match or is it going to be some former big star in a costume? So there's that problem. And then for me, Tuesdays and Thursdays are like my not TV nights because there's really nothing on unless it's like a baseball game, which is starting up next week. So I'll probably be watching baseball on those, not always, but, maybe once or twice a month. And then with SmackDown, they just happen to be put on a Friday. There's nothing I can really say to help them there. The problem also is you have some promotions that are not on TV. And I give you 2 very good examples. Major League Wrestling, their show is on Wednesday on YouTube at 7 o'clock. I don't watch it, but I know that they have that show on Tuesday or on Wednesday nights. The other one, and Jim, you're going to be happy to hear this, is NWA Power. They're now on Fight TV, and they have like a thing where you can watch, like, you can subscribe for like their season for $5. So, you have that as well. And I think at some point, and it won't be this year, somebody's going to realize, wait a minute, we have too much going on. We need to cut back. We need to, we need to, just cut back. And one of the things that I remember, and I was even thinking about this when you guys were talking earlier, when Chikara was around, their season ended in like November, and they would take 2 or 3 months off, and then they would start their new year. So it can work. The only difference is you're talking about Chikara, which was an independent promotion, and WWE, which is the biggest promotion in the world.
With the biggest ass in the ring right now, too.
Yeah, really. Kim Kardashian with the second best line of the night coming up.
What was the first, Bill?
Oh, the Make-A-Wish kids.
It still gets me. Stand up, take a bow.
Yes. And then they show the poor kid in a wheelchair. Okay, so she announces the attendance, and then she's like, "That's a lot of people."
Yeah, it's big. That's really big.
It's really big. Yeah, so's your ass.
It's really big. Like Ray J's dick.
So, wow.
Like
So-
Kanye's bank account. Oh, shit.
So, what's a couple of the other things that I'm kind of tired of, and again, this doesn't go to a general promotion. There's too many title belts. So many, like it feels like I'm in an era of everyone you get a championship and you get a championship. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think in 2021 there is a need for a secondary title. The secondary title was used in the 80s and the 90s because there wasn't as much TV as there is now. Now we have a shitload of TV that these promotions have to cover. I'm pretty good with there just being, just the world, I guess a women's, because that's politically correct these days, and a tag team title. Done. 3. And we kind of brought it a little bit earlier, like, why the fuck does Ring of Honor have a 6-man tag team title?
Right.
Your thoughts? And by the way, I'll be right back because I thought I heard something on my window real quick. I think that's some people messing around, but let me just make sure. So chime in. I'll be right back.
I'm going to say it like this. I used to have this argument with Credo on our podcast all the time. He hated that there were so many championships. But my argument has always been, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you start taking away titles with that overinflated roster you have a bunch of people who are fucking fighting for nothing. That puts more like it's easier to write storylines in television when you have people who are just going after titles. That kind of shit just writes itself. But you take away all the secondary titles, then you actually have to do something that make the matches mean something, and the writing has to be good, and it just won't. It's too Hollywood. These people, they need something to chase after. Otherwise, there's no point. But at what point is he right? Is it too many titles? I don't know the answer to that. But
Well, I mean,
that's it.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, with AEW, right now they're at a good position because they have their world title, they have a TV title, tag title, and women's title. That's it. And I don't really count the FTW title because that's more of a gimmick title. So AEW is fine with 4.
The only reason I accept the TNT title because I'm like, that feels like a Turner thing. So, all right, I guess you got to play nice. So, I get it.
Right. Whereas with WWE, it's like you have to have a book to keep track of all including NXT. Because NXT just introduced the women's
Are you
tag
kidding
team
me?
titles.
I didn't even know that.
No.
I wasn't even mad at that at first because you know what's fucked up is I think out of all the shows and all of the divisions, the NXT women's division, tag division, is probably the best out of any of the tag team divisions on any of the shows.
You know what would be oh fuck, what a shock. I knew this whole episode couldn't happen without this, a WWE Network problem. Hold on. It froze on me. Where are you guys at? Because now I have to go realign myself.
We were
3 hours and
30
9 minutes,
seconds.
30. Yep.
All right, this should be fine then.
Okay.
It's all right. You have 10 minutes until the match starts. The Undertaker's making his entrance.
Right.
No, look, here's like you said. Honestly, I feel like for WWE, a lot of their problems would be solved. I know they'll never do this, but just make one of the shows men's and one of them women. I don't know why they don't do it. I mean, there's a WNBA and an NBA.
Right. Like today, I was watching a WNHL game.
Why are they the only? That's really what they should do, but they won't. But no. So anyway,
You know why they won't? It won't draw.
Yeah, you're right. That's the underlying thing people fail to understand is that the women aren't actually a draw in WWE.
And it's a shame because don't get me wrong. I think they got a lot of talented people. You know, and I think a lot of them are being used in the wrong way. But I think, you know, women's wrestling, as talented as these women are, let's be honest, it's a gimmick.
Right.
And there's a few lightning in the bottle situations where, oh my God, we had Bayley versus Sasha Banks NXT. We had Charlotte versus Sasha Banks. Like, these were things that, you know, changed the landscape. Or Emma versus Paige. Like, these are things that we thought we would never see out of a women's division. You know, the give women a chance movement. It was all great stuff, but you know, it's kind of run its course. I mean, how many more women's firsts are we gonna go to try?
It all feels forced to me. But the thing is there's proof like that, like they did the Evolution card for what, I don't remember, like a few years ago or something like that. And from what I understood, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm misremembering, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it definitely had trouble selling. Like they did, it wasn't a sold out crowd there. So that's the thing. And so I get why, but like also it comes off very hypocritical when Stephanie McMahon posts a video about Women's History Month or whatever it is, I forgot exactly. And you're like, okay, well, give them their own show then, if you're that confident. But clearly you're not.
Well, because you want them to fall waste, you know, the way that they do in the WNBA and all these female leagues. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there are some women's sports that, you know, I'll check out, but I'm not going to sit there and be an avid watcher of it on a regular basis. It just doesn't make sense to. And
3 words: women's beach volleyball.
Oh, amen, my brother. But I guess the other point that I want to make is I fucking forgot. So we're moving along.
Well, good, because I want to transition to another problem that I have with the wrestling industry, and that's the fact that pro wrestling these days tries to appeal to everyone and in turn appeals to no one. When you think about the history of pro wrestling, you know, you think the 80s, you're kind of gearing towards kids. In the late 90s, you're going for your teenagers and young adults. And I'm not saying that, like, I mean, Disney's a great example. Like, yeah, most of the stuff on Disney is kids stuff, but they have stuff for adults too. You have to have a target audience and then, like, have a product so good that other people will migrate. Just because maybe you're at a, you know, you're gearing towards kids doesn't mean adults can't watch. And if you're gearing towards, or let's take it another route. Let's say they start to just gear towards women. That doesn't mean men can't watch. I think that's a huge problem in all of wrestling. That's not just WWE. They want to appeal to everyone and then they appeal to no one.
That's fair, because when you look at any company that's successful, they deal with going after demos, not the masses. So you're absolutely right. So I mean, you have to stay within your niche audience, and I think they feel that they can appeal to everybody when the actuality is, I mean, you just really can't.
Right.
You just can't.
Bill, what are your thoughts?
I mean, going back to using Disney, I thought for a long while, like with some of their cartoons, that it was really aimed towards kids. But it really wasn't until Disney Plus came around and I watched some of those old cartoon shorts that I'm like, wait a minute, this stuff isn't as bad as I thought it was. It isn't as childlike as I thought it was. And another example would be the Warner Brother cartoons. Those are not, I think they try to put it aimed at kids, but you notice a lot of adults really like that stuff and watch it. And,
well, look at Looney Tunes, for example, which I never really realized until recently. So they'll have, these characters, and then out of nowhere, like Bugs Bunny would, maybe Bugs Bunny's not the right example, but I know someone at some point did it. Like all of a sudden, they'll have a character impersonating Jimmy Durante. And I'm like, as a kid, I would have no idea who that is, but an adult at that time probably knew who that was.
Right. And then, there are some cartoons, both Disney and Warner Brothers, that are extremely offensive. Like, you cannot... I watched, about a year ago, there were 2 Warner Brother cartoons that I watched. One was a Bugs Bunny cartoon, and it involved an African-American character. And I watched it, and I'm like, okay, I could see where people would be offended by it because of how the other character looks and how he acts. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I could see that. The other one that I watched was so freaking offensive. It was a black version of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And they made it so stereotype of African Americans. I'm like, holy shit, how the hell did this get
I want to see this.
Yeah, I'll have to, again, I'll find it after we're done here so you guys can watch it. It is so freaking offensive. But, I think, and that kind of is where the problem is with the cancel culture today. And where I'm going with this is there are some things that, you kind of just got to move on, not make it a big deal. But somebody has to make a huge deal about the smallest thing. Mr. Potato Head, perfect example, and it's like, really? We're going to worry about Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah.
We've got poverty in the world. We have people who are dying from COVID and cancer and all that stuff. And you want to put all your time and energy in a toy.
Which is a great transition to one of my other problems that I have with wrestling today is today's fans in general. I'm not even talking about a particular promotion. Is they're oversensitive, and it's amazing to me how easily triggered they are. In fact, one of the things I remember, I'll use AEW for this as a recent example, was they would be, they announced the barbed wire, thing, and I remember being like, oh, that's awesome, like, I'm really looking, if it wasn't a fucking Sunday, I would actually watch this. And people are like, oh, this is unnecessary. And I'm thinking in my head, as I always feel with this stuff, look, if the 2 guys are okay doing it, let them do it.
And, or I want to...
what do you care? It doesn't affect you.
Well, okay, I want to touch with that,
Yeah.
stay with that, because we didn't get a chance to talk about it earlier, but WWE and Peacock. And this brought fans' attention because they edited out 2 things from different shows. The Survivor Series, where Vince says the N-word, which, okay, I kind of agree with that. You know, I don't know why Vince said that in 2000.
True.
It's the other one that doesn't make sense. For me, anyway.
The Booker T one?
WrestleMania 6 is Bad News Brown and Roddy Piper. And they edit not only the highlight package and the interview, but they took the whole match out because Roddy Piper is half black in that match.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Nope.
No,
And let me throw
I'm
this in
not
because
kidding.
I don't know if you know this at all, that those edits that they did have, because we know that in the United States, the WWE Network is going to be no more. But outside of the United States, the WWE Network still lives. They edited those on the regular WWE Network, from what I read earlier.
Yeah, I did too.
So it's like Peacock is doing the editing, and then WWE is following suit. So it's not just if I didn't subscribe to Peacock, I'd still have this. No, you wouldn't.
But see, that's the hypocrisy of the whole thing, because how you feel about Vince saying what he said, or Piper in half blackface or anything like that, you're gonna edit that out. But you have no problem with Hogan hosting WrestleMania, and I don't really have a problem with it. I don't really care.
I do.
It is what it is. Like, I believe in second chances. It is what it is. You know, we could debate that at another time.
I mean, he never even got
Right.
any real discipline or even real. That half-ass apology wasn't even an apology.
But you know what?
He basically blamed the locker room. That's what happened there, for those wondering.
Well, here's the other thing. Here's what bothered me about the whole thing is who knows, like, in today's day and age with a cell phone in your face, like, that would never happen. You know, people catch people saying and doing shit all the time. But listen, he just had literally just got done banging this dude's wife. Like,
So he says the N-word? What?
I don't. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, like, you're in the privacy of, like, your own home, and I'm not saying that what you saying that is okay. I'm not saying that at all. But, like, if you're in the privacy of your own home where you're just keeping a lid on it, how the fuck does that actually get out? You know, is like, to me, is just as troubling as him saying it. If that makes any sense.
I mean, look, I don't think it's as troubling as that for sure, but whatever the case, I guess you have your opinion, but I kind of want to stay into what we were talking about here about the, just like, what was it, the bad news and the censorship and, and what it was about fans being oversensitive. And like in that case, I think they have a right to be, especially because, goddamn, he came back for a quote unquote Mean Gene tribute. Give me a fucking break. Like, that was just so they could be like, here's a situation where they won't boo Hulk Hogan. When have they ever done a tribute for anyone after they died in ring? Give me a break. But anyway, going back to the oversensitive thing, like, they want fans today. They were like, we want things more edgy, and then when you do it, it's like, we didn't want that.
But you know what's funny is, like, as you're saying how fans are being oversensitive, and in essence, aren't you being oversensitive with your whole hatred on Hogan?
No, because he said a racist thing.
He's never said a bad thing.
If he apologized, I would be like, all right, we can move on. Same thing as I say with Shawn Michaels. If he ever said for being a shitty person, I would 100% move on. But I'm surprised Shawn Michaels isn't being cancel cultured. I don't know why. He is as shitty as they come. So I have no idea why.
Well, because he found God.
That's bullshit too. You know that. You fucking did a segment where you kick a kid. I wonder what kind of pastor would be like, yeah, that's religious.
It's like Jim Cornette once said, Shawn Michaels found God. I didn't even know God went missing.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't know he went missing
Right.
either.
I just want, like you said, so that's the thing. My thing is more focused on the in-ring product with fans. Is like they say, they want, I don't know, like you said, the little chair shots to the head. Oh no, we don't want that. But I think if the people are okay doing it, then let them fucking do it.
Exactly.
Kuter, where do you stand on that?
Well, if we're going by that model, then let's just erase all rules from like NFL. Let's allow chop blocking to the knee.
Different sport to something that's predetermined.
Well, wait a minute. No, hear me out. If the players are okay with chop blocking and knowing that's a possibility to happen, should we let it happen?
It's their sport. I don't know anything about football, so if it's agreed upon, they also, by the way, they also have a union. So, or like, right? Don't they, Bill?
Right,
so,
but that's
so they can dictate
irrelevant.
the rules and how they're working, whereas wrestling does not. Now, if wrestling started a union, they were like, no chair shots to the head. I'm like, fine. It was all agreed upon. That's the major difference. You cannot compare the two whatsoever.
You really can.
You can't, though. Bill,
Why can't you?
Because, first of all, one's real and one's fake.
But the consequences are the fucking same.
Also, one, like I said, one has a union and one doesn't. But it's two people agreeing to do something, whether it's going to a table or be put on fire, any of that.
Agreeing to be chop blocked. Yeah, same difference. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Are they agreeing? Is player one?
If it's in the rules and they're
saying,
saying,
I don't know any fucking NFL players, they're saying, hey, by the way, if you chop block me in this next play, it's okay.
No, but knowing that it's a possibility to happen and that it's part of the rules and you sign the contract to play football,
that's a
possibility. It
possibility.
happen to you.
That's a possibility, but
possibility you get hit in the head with a chair in a wrestling match.
I'm going to take a chair shot to the head. They know it ahead of time, unless it's that asshole from Mexico who threw a cement block down at someone.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
Should have been. That almost killed that man, and that was not.
Yeah,
I get we're comparing apples and oranges, but it's
absolutely. Thanks for acknowledging that.
But no, but in essence, I get it's a bad comparison, but a comparison nonetheless. You can't.
Sure.
What I'm trying to say is, sometimes I think people need to be protected from themselves. Is my point.
All right. Well, okay, that's your point. So that's one of them. Sure, Bill, you want to chime in? Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to use an example with football, because this past season there was a Dallas Cowboys Washington Redskins game. Yes,
I was going to say you can't say that, Bill.
Well, okay, but here's the thing: the true definition of Redskin.
You look,
because I learned this from an actual Native American.
Oh, interesting.
Is you take red paint and you put it on your body, on your skin. That is it won't be in the dictionary, but the true definition is you take red paint and you put it on your skin.
Okay.
So anyway, there was a play in that game where one of the Washington players knocked the shit out of the quarterback. Like, he gave him a concussion and he got thrown out of the game, even though it was a great hit, because I hate Dallas. But the thing there is, and this is the difference from this example and wrestling. Nobody on the Dallas team went to protect the quarterback after he got hit. Nobody went check on him. Nobody did anything. They left him for dead. Whereas with wrestling, and I'll use Shawn Spears as an example. After he hit Cody in the head with a chair, there were about 3 or 4 people within a minute going to check on Cody. So the thing is, with wrestling, yes, they may do stuff that'll hurt them, but at the end of the day, they're going to check on each other. With sports, it's not always
Right.
guaranteed.
I guess hockey would be a good example of that, right? Where I don't think any hockey players check each other. Like if they, I feel like hockey is very violent, but I don't really watch, so.
It actually there are some times I have seen like where if somebody gets like hit by like the glass, they'll go check on them, or in the very very rare occasion when somebody gets slit in the throat by accident.
Gets slit in the throat.
From a
What?
skate.
Or what about the God? What was that one player who punched the other one in the head from behind? Do you remember that one? Oh my God, that was
That was one of the Mighty Ducks.
No. No. That would never happen on a Disney platform.
That was the Bash Brothers.
Like he blatantly did that on purpose.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like that could have been a crime.
It should have been. I think he was arrested for it, wasn't he?
Right. I think so. And then because like there was another one. Like they were like with hockey fights, the thing is they're instigated. But that one that Kuter is talking about was
an
not
attack.
Instigated.
Yeah.
Right.
It was a mugging.
I mean, I guess I believe it because I have not seen it. But all right, so let me get to my next topic here of something else that make me like, definitely looking forward to moving to Kingdom Hearts and not doing this. And I know, Bill, I talked to you about this specifically. Mm-hmm. Today's wrestlers complaining on social media.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? I feel like they're the most butthurt out of maybe even every industry.
And there are some people that are very good.
Yes, Seth Rollins,
yes.
Natalia recently.
Rebby.
To be fair to Rebby, she's not really an active competitor. From what I don't know when the last time she actually wrestled. I'm talking about more people on the air.
No, I know, but when something happens, she has to, curse everybody out, and it's like, what's the purpose of cursing everybody out? If you're mad, I understand. I'm not going to be angry at you for being mad. I'll be more disappointed when you use some of the words you use, and you're raising 3 little kids that could look back on this in 10 years and be like, oh God, Mom, what were you doing?
I almost feel like, well, first I know this for sure. Like if all social media died tomorrow, I think this world would be a much better place. Even though I use social media, I can admit that I do. If you two can tell me like positives that you would get on social media that you wouldn't get, the only thing I can think of is like if you're a business, it's great for businesses.
That's about it. But even then, it's even bad for businesses because, you get one woke asshole who decides that the company said something or and the other thing was if your company didn't make a statement like last year when a lot of the racially motivated
sure, Black Lives Matter, sure, okay,
right, if you didn't make a statement, silence is violence, and now we're boycotting you. It's like, fuck, can I just sell t-shirts? Like, fuck off.
Right, and then for the wrestlers, it's just like I think the Natalia example is the best example. Right, Bill? Would you agree or no? Can you think of a better example? What Natalia did was they did a very simple thing that I even see with Kingdom Hearts fans. That's like, and by the way, Bill learns Kingdom Hearts premiering this Sunday.
Jesus.
It's a tier list of just like you have whatever it was, $20, and people are on tiers of like this person's worth $5, this person's worth $4, and then there's one for $3, $2, and $1. Make the best team that you can. And Natalia's like, I am not a $1 person. I work so hard. Why are you fucking triggered by this?
She sounds like that chick on the women's soccer team. Oh God, that's another one. I should get paid for what? You don't draw fucking fans, you're not drawing ratings, and you certainly aren't selling merchandise. So why the fuck do you think you should be paid as much as your male counterpart? Please tell me that.
To be fair, aren't they winning? I don't know soccer. I don't know any
care.
Aren't they,
Yeah,
don't they win
we are
more
like the
than
number one
the
team in
men's
the
sports
world.
team? So I would say that's a pretty good reason to actually pay them more.
It's called a business. I don't care if the product it can be the greatest product, but if it's not selling, it's not worth it.
Right. Okay. So
You can have the best shirts available, and if nobody's buying them, who gives a shit?
all right. I mean, I'm just saying, I get her argument for sure. Whereas I don't get like a WWE women's wrestlers argument because there's proven things that they don't draw. Whereas at least the soccer teams apparently win, which I don't know if the soccer even happened this year, but the last I checked was they were winning more than the men. That's all I'm saying.
But with I want to go back
Yes,
to
because
Natalia
she
real quick.
is a great example of this nonsense on social media.
I mean, there are some people that were on that tier that were like at the $1, and I can't remember who it was besides Natalia, that probably were freaking happy just to even be on the list. You know, like if somebody came out with let's do, here's $20, create a podcast with these people, and if I'm on the $1, I will be more than happy to be on $1. You know, it's kind of being like, oh, we think of you as a very talented person, you know, and we want to use you for this game. And, you know, if it was like 10 years ago, I could see Natalia at like the $4 range. But it's 2021, you know, she's aged, and $1, I think it is the perfect amount.
And I mean, like I said, lots of people have experienced this in any genre. Like I said, I even saw it with Kingdom Hearts, and I'm sure it's done in sports teams and whatnot. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure no one really gets mad about this.
Not real. Unless it's like their favorite player and they're like, oh, he shouldn't be on tier 3.
No, I mean the actual player, though. Like, people that are actually part of this, like, supposed to be fun thing. Like, it's just crazy to me. I mean, and you know, I'm thinking, looking at it now, it's Undertaker versus Edge right now. Edge is another one. Edge was like, didn't he like comment on people criticizing his Royal Rumble win? Why? Why do you even feel the need to respond to these people?
You know what? I want to bring up the comparison that I made
please.
At the time to the Natalia tier thing is when they come out with NFL.
Right, yes, it's a great example.
And they give the players a rating, and some of the players are like, how am I a 95? I should be at least a 97 or a 98. It's like, dude, you're in a video game. You're going to be played. It doesn't matter what your rating is. Just shut up.
Yeah, the only difference that a player is going to get in a video game is if he's on the cover. Otherwise, you're going to get paid the same as the fucking kicker.
Right, which I wasn't sure how that worked, because obviously I don't follow that stuff. But going back to kind of staying on topic with wrestling here, Edge is a great example. Like, he went on there after the Rumble, and he was like, I forgot what he said exactly, but he was kind of saying how, the fans don't appreciate anything because people were criticizing him about, like, why is a part-timer once again getting a shot at WrestleMania? It's fair. Why do these people, meaning wrestlers, have such a need to reply to it? Like, I don't hear Elizabeth Olsen for WandaVision be like, no, you're wrong because this is how it was, and this is how it was written, and this is why this happened and this happened. Normal industries don't do it as much as pro wrestling. Can we agree on that or no?
I agree, and I think you just pointed it out, which industry this is. We're talking the wrestling industry. Music industry, you don't hear the musicians complaining about how, like, the sound was terrible that night in Des Moines, Iowa.
Or also they're not saying, like, a fan's like, dude, your track sounded like shit. They're not like, no, this is what needed to happen because we were in the audio studio and because we use 128 decibels, so it was actually the right kind. But wrestling will do that. The wrestlers these days will do all these things to like, it's almost that crazy. It's the craziest thing that they're like want to blame the fans, but it's just like, just shut up. Like, no other industry says, like, I can't imagine Disney being like, oh, you didn't like the WandaVision ending? Well, it was okay because it was a good ending because this happened, and this happened. Only in wrestling does this shit happen.
I kind of want a Mickey Mouse Twitter to handle
You
that
should
kind of thing.
create a parody Mickey Mouse Twitter that explains everyone's complaints. That would actually be pretty funny.
Oh, you're upset about 45-minute wait? Well, too damn bad.
Kuter, why don't you chime in here? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it happens in other industries too.
Not as much as wrestling, though.
Well, I think it happens differently. Like, okay, so, and it's not necessarily directly to the industries themselves, but like, say, companies that will cover it. Because it happens, like, okay, you'll hear a podcast that covers music, right?
Sure.
All right, I'll give you an example. Joe Budden podcast is a very popular music podcast, and they have their takes on artists and songs and whatever, and they have their opinions.
Can I just? I'll let you finish. I swear, but I do want to point out. I feel like that's different because he's part of the music industry. I'm kind of talking about more like Jody from West Virginia.
He's retired.
But he used to be. Like,
and
I'm talking about everyday people. Like me and you.
I'm getting there.
Okay, sure. Sorry, go ahead.
So, but they'll have their takes on the music industry, but then they'll sit there and argue with the people on Twitter who disagree with them.
Mm.
So, again, it's the people, and they're not going after the artists necessarily as much as, say, the fans go after the wrestlers. They're more loyal to their people. You know what I'm saying? Like, where the fans are always crapping on the wrestlers,
Right.
the fans are now crapping on the people who aren't agreeing with them. It's very different, but similar in the same way. It's like,
I kind of get what you're saying. Sure.
yeah, but that just goes to show you how in a certain sense you are just as right. The fans for wrestling are just so much more venomous, where fans in other industries will be as venomous, but it will be to defend their people.
Right, exactly. Yeah, but also like the wrestlers. Here's the thing. Newsflash to the wrestlers out there: you're not obligated to have social media. It's not like these people in wrestling act like it's an obligation. Like, you guys are always so mean to me. It makes me want to turn it off. Which, Chrissy Teigen recently announced that she is no longer going to be on Twitter because, as she said, that the negativity outweighs the positive. You know what? Good for her. She realizes that not everybody has to have social media. Wrestlers, on the other hand, for some reason, like, no, you don't say anything bad about me. Please don't. Like, when you put it out there, you're putting it out to the world. So you better be ready to expect what comes back to you, even if it's super bad and offends you.
I'm going to be honest with you. I deactivated my Twitter. I deleted it. It
Well,
felt
good
like
for you
the
then.
greatest thing in the world, because I'm telling you, like, Twitter, and it's starting to spread to the other platforms too. But I think Twitter was probably the worst,
Yes,
most
for sure.
toxic place. It's like where all the scum of the earth decides that we're just going to get together and just be assholes to each other. It's like New York City in the 70s, where you couldn't go half a block without somebody telling you to go fuck your mother. Like, for real.
Right.
And it's just like, at that point, you're either part of, like, the group that wants to crap on everything and wants to show how woke you are, or you're the guy who has to always fight back. And I'm like,
Why would you want to do either? Right, I gotcha.
that was the thing. I would go on Twitter. I very rarely tweeted. You know what I
And
mean?
that's the difference between you and WWE. Well, I shouldn't say WWE wrestlers because there's actually a bunch outside of WWE as well. They seem to have this entitlement of like, no, I'm supposed to be on here. But really, there's no Who was the one that just came out, Bill? Someone just came out recently as being a lesbian or something like that.
Dakota, was it Dakota Kai? Her and Shayna?
Think so?
I think that was a thing.
Someone recently came out, and then they were like, well, we're like, they got attacked or whatnot, and then they deactivated their Twitter. Now look,
it was Caleb
That's
Braxton,
right.
the
Correct. Okay.
reporter.
and yes, I'm not going to defend people attacking them. It's absolutely shit. However, you have to realize that if you send something out to the world, there's especially someone at a WWE-like level that has thousands and thousands of followers, there's a good chance you're probably going to get back something that you don't want to get back.
Facts.
And but that's the problem, and that's the biggest problem I have here is that WWE wrestlers, for the most part, don't seem to understand that. They just are like, no, stop, and like, I'm allowed on. Like, they just feel like they should be able to throw things into the world with no consequences, and sometimes there are.
Are you sticking a lot of shit on Instagram?
On Instagram, that's surprising because that's like more of a picture thing. I'm not surprised by that.
Well, I mean, some of my videos, you know, a lot of them had to be taken down because, like, I have, you know, a very odd sense of humor. You know, I like the darker side of comedy. You know, I think any type of humor can be funny if done properly. Whatever the subject matter may be. So I may have, say, emulated some things that were probably not of taste, you know. But you know, I think my attempt to be funny, it's like you can say, "Yo, you're not funny," but don't sit there and say I don't have the right, because guess what, I do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like my intent, like that's the problem. I think people's intent on the internet is not taken into, you know, into consequence. Like, you might say something that came out wrong. You're responsible for what you say, not what you meant, and that's what sucks.
I mean, yeah, like I agree with you, like where that, you know, you do have the right, but also you, me, Kuter, have the right to get replied to if that's the option that are on your social media.
Absolutely.
Right. And again, see, this is why you're more mature than probably like the wrestlers are, because you get that, and I think a lot of them don't.
But I don't really think that I would be getting it on the same level that they were. Obviously, I'm not. It
doesn't matter. They know. Doesn't matter what. It's just like, you know that it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, fair enough.
So.
Yeah.
You know what I always enjoyed here, just like to watch this. I always was impressed by how WWE were able to do their video packages like minutes after it was ending.
Yes.
I mean, like I said, look, no matter what, the one thing I will still give WWE for is production. I will always give them production at the very least. I know some people get mad about, who's it? Kevin Dunn? Is that who it is? Kevin Dunn. Yeah, I know that, like, every once in a while, like, he'll miss the Edge spear, which I know a lot of people are angry about. But think about all the things that they catch. I mean, you're saying one spear that was like for a length of 5 seconds, maybe 10, versus probably that 1 week they did 8 hours of programming, maybe more.
Yeah, but you know, he does tend to miss the most important parts out of that 8 programming. I think that's the point that people were trying to make. It's like having that responsibility is great, but you know what? You know, it's the highlights that count.
Right. I mean, I would argue that in those 8 hours, there's not that much that's important, but because that's another story.
Right, of course, but at the same time, like the stuff that you would use that you know the people who are watching the show would find important, it's probably the stuff you want to get in the can.
Like, I mean, I guess I get what you're saying. I think I just kind of feel bad because I'm like, it's one mistake in an 8 hour period. Like, I'm lucky if that didn't work.
You just said that name, and the first thing that comes to mind is Jim Cornette doing that Bucky.
Oh,
Beef
fucking Cornette! Get out
I
of here.
fucking
I hate
love
Cornette
him.
now.
I fucking love him.
I hate Cornette now.
You hate everybody. We know.
Well, I hate mostly with WWE stuff, but Cornette is a whole, like, come on, get out of the 70s. Okay. So the other thing is that I have here is one of the other things that that turns me off is, unfortunately, this is more of a WWE thing, although unfortunately with AEW you can kind of say that too as of the last 3 weeks, is stop doing things from 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I used Jake Hager as the example earlier, but like, even with WWE, like Morrison and Miz. Remember Morrison was like this big single star for a while.
Mm-hmm.
He came back to WWE. You know what? We're gonna have him do the same shit he did 10 years ago.
Well, you know what else they're trying to do right now? If I read somewhere online, they're trying to do the Mickey James, Trish Stratus storyline, but they're having Chelsea Green be like the super fan of Mickey James.
Okay.
And I'm just like, oh, great. Let's just do a role reversal because that makes a lot of fucking sense. But okay, all right.
So that's like another big turnoff for me, Bill. What do you think? Do you think wrestling is doing too many things that are like from fucking 10 years ago?
Yeah. I mean, it's just the creativity is not there. Like, it's just they can't come up with anything new. It's like rinse and rinse reuse. Or
by the way, another person, because now that the WrestleMania 24 is off, Alexa Bliss is another one of those that was like always complaining on social media. I feel like
she gets a lot of there's some people who get a lot of hate, and
I mean, I hate Alexa Bliss, to be fair.
I know you do. Yeah. I could probably name probably 90% of the roster, and you would hate them.
Right. I mean, I feel like Alexa Bliss is a top tier though. Hate.
Why? Why her?
Because she ruined the Fiend.
I don't think she ruined the Fiend.
Well, you say that, but like most people thought the Fiend was great last year. Now they don't think he's great now, and there's one main difference between last year and now, and that's her.
Freddy Krueger burnt suit. I mean, like that's.
I don't think it's that. Was before people were complaining about this way before this whatever Freddy Krueger burnt suit, which actually reminded me more of the Yeti, by the way.
The Yeti. Oh God, you pulled out of your Shivani bag right there. That's one of my favorite. It's the Yeti.
Well, to be fair, I only saw the first picture I saw of the quote unquote new Fiend was like from the chest up. So on the top part, I was like, the Yeti.
Oh, it's so bad.
He doesn't look as much when you actually take a full picture of him. But if you look from chest to top, he kind of does. It looks like it's toilet paper.
I hope that was just a one-off.
So anyway, yeah, I think Alexa Bliss is definitely up there in the department. And like I said, just there's so many things that I'm just like, what am I even bothering getting? And again, it's not just WWE. I want to say this, like, I feel like I will keep on trying with AEW.
Yeah.
For sure. It's certainly not a weekly thing. I think the last AEW show I watched was like 2 or 3 weeks ago at this point. But I can see me following it and reading the results and seeing, oh, that looks like a pretty good card. Let me see what it's up to. But I just don't really know how much of wrestlers did. And this is going to sound very morbid, but...
CM Punk.
No, I was actually going to say Vince McMahon dying.
Oh, that's just...
I would 100%. I'm watching that next show to see what's going on.
Right.
It's just going to be 3-hour tribute show. You going to watch that?
I mean,
I can hear
a lot of good moments
afterwards.
It was probably sound something like, did they have to spend the whole 3 hours on Raw talking about Vince McMahon?
No, that's not what I would do. And you know damn well that's not it.
I'm kidding.
So, because also it would be a change in the landscape of wrestling. And I would probably watch for about 3 weeks to see what the new direction is.
Yeah.
And then, make my decision from there. Obviously I can definitely see if Bill has some kind of wrestling special that I'm totally into, like the WCW idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, hey Bill, can I jump in on that?
Right.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't mind maybe coming back while I'm watching at least for an AEW pay-per-view rundown, for sure. I think Double or Nothing is their next one. But if Christian's the one fighting, I might not be there by that time. Let's see.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So if Vince dying would pique your interest, you don't think that, like, see, to me, we've always had the argument, me and my friends, that, like, even if Vince died, nothing would change because he's such a control freak that I feel like he has just so many safeguards to protect the image of the company as he.
Yeah, you're right. It might not, but I would be willing to see, like, hey, do I notice a difference? And that's why I said I'll watch for like 2 or 3 weeks. I think 2 or 3 weeks in, you would kind of notice is like, is there a change or is there not really a change?
No, Vince would be dead, but we're still gonna get like a hologram of Vince.
Right.
I'm telling you, like, that's the joke that we say. Like, there's gonna be like a hologram Vince walking around, and calling the shots.
I'm kind of surprised there's not a hologram match at this point. I'll be honest with you. Part of me is surprised about that.
That's true too.
They could probably do it.
CGI. There you go. CGI.
So, I don't think it's going to be a case of, like, yes, I'm going to watch again because I've heard that these two have had great matches. I don't think that's going to be the case. I need to hear, like, a good story. Like, at this point, for me at least, wrestling's competing against all the streaming services, as we mentioned. And there's just not any good stories that I can think of that I'm like, you know what, I want to see what happens with Drew McIntyre and Bobby Lashley over Godzilla versus Kong. That's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think what else would get me kind of, like, interested. I mean, do you guys have anything that you're like, yeah, I think I might be done if this happens? In wrestling, I'm not saying WWE in general, I'm just saying wrestling in general.
I think in terms of, like, WWE, I think they're on cruise control at this point because you're saying, like, how they're competing against the streaming services.
Yeah.
They sold out to the streaming services.
Yeah.
Once they gave up their own network in their base country, game over. They're owned by the major media corporations now. It is what it is. I don't know how long the streaming rights deal is for Peacock.
I feel like it's 5 years.
Yeah, I heard 5.
5 years is a long time, and a lot can happen in 5 years.
I'm really surprised one of the things Peacock isn't doing is going to be charging for pay-per-views. Because even, let's say, I know that people are going to be like, oh, I'll never pay that. Trust me, you will. Not saying either of you two, but I'm just saying there are definitely people that will.
Yeah.
But let's say it's like 100 people at $60. That's like $6,000 that Peacock wouldn't have had beforehand. Because they've already paid the bulk of WWE Network. There's no benefit to not charging for pay-per-views if I'm Peacock.
Well, there's no benefit to them really charging for them anyway, because the bargain part of the network is what was selling it. The fact that we were only paying $10 a month instead of $60 is what made that streaming attractive. Peacock has already got its own, I would venture to guess Peacock without WWE's content had more subscribers.
I believe
Well,
it did.
You just bring their audience, it just adds to your
Well, I
audience.
think one of the reasons that they got WWE Network is because Peacock wasn't doing well. I feel like this deal wasn't going to happen clearly they're very behind from a Disney Plus, an HBO Max, and probably a Netflix. Look, the fact of the matter is, even Paramount Plus grab the Nickelodeon library. At this point, there's not too many libraries to pull from, and I think Peacock was like, all right, let's bring the WWE Network people to us. Because I don't know what other libraries there are out there that maybe have a history that would be able to add to their streaming services. If you think of one, let me know. I just can't think of any one right now.
I mean, not off the top of my head, I can't think of anything.
No, me neither. So, I mean, I feel like this was a benefit because Peacock was failing so badly. I still stand by that.
It's basically like a shitty cell phone company buying another shitty cell phone company. It's like T-Mobile buying Sprint, which bought Nextel. Like, you know, it's the same thing. It's just, well, you know, if we just bundle our subscribers together, we'll make money. But the only people who make out on this deal, I think, is WWE, because now they don't have the responsibility. They're gonna get paid the same price whether Peacock gets 2 subscribers or fucking 200 million.
And that's why I think Peacock should charge, because I was like, that is where your money is, and I don't know why you don't see that. Granted, I agree with you. Maybe it was part of the deal for that they don't do it, but I'm like, why would you even enter that deal? Like I said, you're comparing, not you specifically, but I'm like, you're comparing 0 additional revenue to, like I said, if 100 people bought a pay-per-view, and that's the low end, let's face it, there's going to be more than that.
Of course.
That's $600 or $6,000 that you wouldn't have had before. You know what I'm saying, or no? You don't...
No, I hear what you're saying, but I just don't think... I think people are so stingy because they're... Like, when we all had cable, you know, and you had one bill, it was one thing to throw that extra charge on there. But the fact that we're subscribing to this service and that service... because we think cable's too expensive, it's getting to a point where we're pretty much paying the same.
Agreed. Yeah.
So for you to add in that you're not saving anything by streaming anymore. So and it's been happening the last couple of years. You just see a lot of these streaming services, you know, lining up and getting what they can because, you know, that's the future.
Well, Netflix supposedly is going to crack down on the password sharing too. It's another aspect of things.
I'm surprised that hadn't happened.
I am too. Yeah. I said that to someone. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm surprised this hasn't happened too. And to that person, I was like, you know what? You deserve not to have another password.
I was laughing my ass off because somebody had to upgrade their fucking Netflix thing because, my friend Michelle, she was telling me, she has 4 kids. And I think she's allowed 3 screens at once or something like that.
Sure. Oh yeah.
But when you got 4 kids and they're all in their fucking rooms and they're all watching separate shit, she couldn't get on.
Right.
And she's like, I literally had to upgrade just so I could watch the Netflix that I fucking pay for. So yeah, I think that's already started to happen.
Well, it didn't happen yet. I know though Netflix is in the very beginning. So what they're trying to do, and I don't know if either of you two know this, is so what they're doing is kind of they're beta testing something where, let's say you put something on Netflix and they're like, oh, cool. I just want to please send this. We sent a verification code to you. Can you please enter that?
Okay.
And that's how they're going to get that. Because let's say, okay, look, it's easy for us to say, oh, cool, verification code. I'll send it to the person whose account it is and get it. But the person whose account it is, what if they're in the movie theater? What if they're doing this or that? Like, they might not be readily accessible to send you a verification code.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be annoying to people who
and
are
if
like,
it's
dude.
and if it's me and I'm sharing for like 4, let's say I'm sharing with 4 people, and I'm getting like text messages saying,
bro, give me the code, give me the code.
Right,
Yeah,
give me the
exactly.
code. Guess what? No one is getting that password because I'm tired of being hassled about the codes. I mean, maybe that's just me. I don't know. But so no, like going back to the Peacock thing, there's been censorship. And I'll tell you one thing that I'm realizing that WWE is really benefiting from this is even more so that I never realized. Peacock is making these edits of like Bad News and Piper, like we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And the John Cena, Vince McMahon N-word thing. They're carrying on to the network. Peacock is doing all the work of the censorship for just WWE to copy and paste. It's actually pretty genius.
Oh, it's cost cutting.
Because it looks like, because it makes Peacock look like the bad guy because they're the ones that are censoring it, and we have to follow suit. It's actually pretty smart.
Well, I wonder if they have to follow suit in other countries, because people are telling me like.
Well, they already did. I'll tell you right now, they already did the current things that I just said to their regular WWE network, and that's the one that's going to live into other countries.
It might be different depending which country you're in, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So you like, when you have like say a VPN, right?
Yeah.
You can watch different. I'm from England, so I mean the stuff that's on Netflix in Britain is different than what's over here.
You're right, and I know for a fact, isn't WWE Network actually on a channel?
I don't know how that works over there, but
that's how it actually.
I guess what I'm wondering is, if you get a VPN and you just change, and you say you're from England and you just put in a zip code, they don't really need your address. All they really want is a credit card.
Mm-hmm.
If you go in there and say I'm from England and here's my credit card, and you have a VPN and you just tell the VPN you're in England, I wonder if it's going to be like that in other countries. I really do.
That's true. That's a great question, actually. I don't really know how it's going to work, but what I do know, and one thing that I think is super interesting, I'd already planned for this to be the last WWE Free, probably, because Kingdom Hearts starts on Sunday. I'm going to run that for 13 weeks, once a week, and then we'll see when season 2 happens.
Mm-hmm.
But so with no interruption. So at the very earliest, I would have had another WWE Free in June. But now with this taking matches off, I realized in the past 48 hours, this is going to affect a lot of pro wrestling podcasts.
Yeah.
Because number one, and particularly a show that I like, The Last Fan, they focus on the archives of the WWE Network and do a deep dive. How can you do a deep dive if shit's missing?
But not only that, the fact that everything isn't available on Peacock yet, because I don't think the full libraries is not going up until August.
Which I think the reason for that is so they can do the editing between now and August. You would think that they would have done it ahead of time, but I was thinking maybe that date that they had started on Peacock was even before anyone could do any editing too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's an interesting point. Yeah.
So what's gonna be there? What's not? And it's gonna. I think it's gonna actually. I hate to say this. It's probably gonna end a lot of podcast shows.
It's a very big possibility.
As a podcaster, Bill, do you agree with me? Can you chime in on this?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, because a lot of the content for, different reviews was on WWE Network. And unless you have a means of finding another way to get footage, you're shit up the creek,
Right.
You might as well kiss ECW goodbye.
Yeah.
And even if it's there, you're you got to question yourself when you're doing it. Is this the full show? Because it's not like they say when you enter a show, let's say you did ECW Barely Legal 1997. They're not going to say, please be advised that the Taz versus Sabu match is not on this card.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of you're going to have to guess, do you remember if this match was on the card? Because if you don't, then you're probably just going to skip right through it. You know what I'm saying, or no?
I think the glory days of streaming WWE and the fact that they had all these libraries that they bought, whether it was Deep South or Florida Championship Wrestling or what was up in the
God, there's Mid South,
like Gagne's shit.
AWA.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. There you go. All these libraries they bought could. The only people who are gonna have any knowledge of everything they have is gonna be WWE, and that really sucks.
Which is what they love. I mean, that's been their history, to be fair.
Yeah, that's very true.
If it wasn't, and I was gonna bring this up in the show, and I'll bring it up now. It's one thing I've gained appreciation for when I started doing like Eliminated Royal Rumble podcast to start getting back into wrestling, is journalists, like pro wrestling journalists, because WWE likes to write their own narrative.
Yeah.
In regards to things. I mean, if it was
they
up to
have a fucking revisionist history like a motherfucker.
like
Yeah.
if if it was WWE's choice, then Bret Hart just left and betrayed WWE to go to WCW. When we all know from people like Meltzer, that's not the case at all, and there was like tons of backstory to that.
Yeah.
That's, if anything, I've experienced from these last couple of months of like getting back, or this past like year or so getting back involved in pro wrestling, it's an appreciation for wrestling journalists. It's like, oh my God, this company, like, even the wrestlers. I mean, again, I don't want to harp into this because, like, I kind of harped into him already a little bit. Is like Edge, like, blatantly saying he's not going to be in the Royal Rumble. How does a journalist say, like, go? So how do you tell a journalist, go to your source? You should get sources for this. You go to the source, and it's like, well, he said he's not going to be in it. How do you do that? Like, I feel so bad for journalists these days because I feel like this generation is like conditioned to maybe lie about shit.
Right.
But then that kind of like, to me, I'm not mad at that because.
Wait, you were never mad at that. That's right.
Well, no, I mean to a certain extent. Like I'll give you an example.
I mean, Brian Cage is another one. If you don't want to use that, if Brian Cage also did that and said he's not going to be in AEW and never showed up.
But if there's a surprise involved, like I don't want to know. Like,
but here's the thing: like actors do this, actors and actresses do this all the time, and they just skate the question. You don't say no, I'm not.
Let me ask you a question. Do you get annoyed at spoilers?
Not really, not anymore.
No.
Maybe I used to.
But like, if it's something that like you totally were like, it's one thing. Like, the one that I always remember is when the Rumble was in Boston, I want to say.
Okay.
Right? And I came across an article that somebody posted that said Kevin Nash was seen in the Boston.
But why are you looking for articles for the Rumble?
I wasn't. It just happened to be on in my feed, and it was the headline, and somebody posted. And I was like, oh, that fucking sucks. Because that's like something I don't want to know. Like, did I pop when Kevin?
Here's the thing. I think if they're directly asked, they should answer truthfully. That's what I think. Because otherwise, then you can't blame journalists ever. Then, because if they go to the source and they're lied to and say no, they're not going to be it, and they report no, they're not going to be in it, then they look like fucking liars. Meaning the journalist, not the wrestler.
But that's any type of journalism. You have to trust your sources. If you can't trust your sources, you got to get better
You're
sources.
asking the person directly.
Who's likely to lie to you to protect a secret or a story?
I'm just saying, because WWE's bitch is that, oh, they never talk to us, they never ask the company directly. When they do, they lie. So how are you, as a journalist, how are you supposed to go about that?
But why do we have? What I'm not understanding with the Edge question is,
don't make it just an Edge question, because it's also a John Morrison and a Brian Cage question.
No, but I'm trying to understand from where you're coming from.
I'm trying to defend journalists here. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, journalism is dead. I think we all know that.
No, it's not. So
Really?
When you ask a question, and because WWE bitches all the time, like, oh, you didn't come to us for a source, and then when they do, they're like, no, when you ask someone from there, you're like, oh no, we didn't. No, that's not happening, and then it happens. What the fuck is a journalist supposed to do?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exactly.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't really care. It's just like I'm tired of shit being spoiled when I want to be surprised.
Oh, sorry for you.
Okay, but I mean, what's the point of watching if you already know what's going to happen? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Oh, I mean, I guess it could be a good show. Oh wait, it's not. So.
But if you have that feeling, then why are you watching anyway? Why are we even doing this?
Why do you think this is the last show of WWFree?
Great. I don't understand the.
I don't understand you. How's that?
Yeah, I don't understand you either. It's you.
I don't know why. Like, if it's a good story and you're still like, if it seems like a good event, then why is like one spoiler bothering you? I mean, for me, the reason why spoilers don't matter to me anymore is because you've done so many returns of this. This is definitely more WWE. You've done so many returns in the last 6 to 8 years that nothing feels special anymore. How in the world do you feel like it's special anymore? You gotta name me like 5 weeks that WWE has not had a quote unquote return on their television.
Oh, I agree with you. But I'm not talking about just returns. I don't feel the need to know.
Or a surprise, whatever you want to call it.
Or anything, not just a surprise. Forget the surprise.
I mean, I don't
anything
think
they're asking about storylines or anything. It's just like there's no point in watching any episode. Would you do this with any other television show? Like,
yes,
the same way.
I can tell you right now that if Lost told me how it was gonna end, I'd be like, how the fuck did they get there?
But why would you want to know? That's what
because I don't know how they would get there, and I'd be like, that might be an interesting build to get. I mean, I might hate it, but I'm really interested. I've definitely seen shows and movies that I kind of know a little bit of what happened, and I'm kind of like, you know what? I'm really interested in how they actually got from point A to point B. That's when it's good storytelling.
Okay. I still don't get that, but I just want to watch stuff and enjoy it. I don't feel the need to like. I don't know
how spoiling enjoys it if it's still a good show.
We just differ that way. There's nothing wrong with that. I would just rather not know what's going to happen. To me, there's no point in watching if I know.
Mm-hmm. I'll agree with you with that with sports.
But that's exactly what I was.
Sports is a very like. Sports is a very like. It doesn't even matter till the end score. Whereas a TV show and a movie, everything matters.
Yeah, I guess I could see that, but that's the thing. Like, to me, I look at any television show where I'm watching it because I'm invested in it. If I'm not invested in it, I'm not watching it. I don't really need to know the backstory.
If you heard that, for example, in the new Suicide Squad, that Harley Quinn dies, you wouldn't be interested in like how did they get there?
No, I'd be pissed that I know she's gonna die.
Okay.
That's because fair. Like, why am I gonna go to the movie and spend $20 on something where
I mean, there's other people in the movie. It's not like she's the only person in that movie, starring in that movie.
But why would I go see it? If I find out she dies in the movie and how she dies, I can just look up the rest of the spoiler.
Okay, that's fair, I guess. For you,
know what I'm saying? Like,
I would still be interested in the story. I'm like, how did she die? Because are you telling me that Harley Quinn won't be in any of the other DCs in the future, or did they do some bullshit where like, maybe?
But would it make it more enjoyable for you? Like, would
That's
you be?
A bad example,
I guess the question I want to ask is, would you be? I get wanting to know and how you get there and all that.
No, I'm just saying a spoiler doesn't ruin an entire show for me. That's what I'm saying.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is, if you didn't have the spoiler, it might not ruin it, but wouldn't it? Is it possible that certain things that you didn't know were going to happen would make the show better, not ruin it?
For wrestling, probably not in 2021.
Well, not
our TV shows, maybe.
Okay.
Depends on what it is. Hold on. Here's a great example. So I hate Wolverine. All right.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to tell me in the next Wolverine movie, because I think that's coming out at some point, he dies, super interested because I want to say it.
I got bad news for you.
He not die?
Wait, in Wolverine?
Yeah.
You talking about Logan?
I don't know who I'm talking about. I don't like the Wolverine character. I'm just saying.
Okay. All right.
But I'm saying, let me give you an example. Like, I'm more interested actually now to see Wolverine die.
He did die in his last movie.
Did he? Oh. Maybe I should watch that.
That's why I was confused. I was like,
I don't watch non-Marvel stuff for the most part. I watch a couple of DC things, not like, but I didn't know that actually. My bad.
Well, spoiler alert.
What? I'm kind of want to watch it now. to my point.
Well, that's cool. I mean, like, if you had just okay, no, well, if you left it at that without detail, I'd be like, oh shit, that sucks that I know. But like, I'd be annoyed.
I wouldn't want to see the journey, but hey, me and you are different, and that's cool.
Yeah.
Bill, what are your thoughts? Spoilers or non-spoilers? Where do you stand? And then we're about to head out of here in about like 10 minutes.
You know, with spoilers...
And I also want another Ring of Honor update, because that's still going on.
Okay. With spoilers, it depends on what it is for me. Like, if I'm interested in a show, I will not want to know. But if it's like with wrestling, I really don't care.
Yeah.
Unless like some big thing happens. And with movies, I've kind of just given up on the idea of avoiding spoilers with movies because it's going to leak out one way or another.
Right.
So,
and on Kuter's behalf, I'll give him a great example that will help his point, is The Mandalorian. Kuter, you watch The Mandalorian or no?
Yes.
So every Friday morning, I made sure that shit was downloaded for my hour-and-a-half commute going to work.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And I was like, I'm watching all of this because if I don't, I'm going to go on social media and be spoiled by something of it. So that kind of helps your point. So like I said, I kind of get what you're saying, but for me, it doesn't affect me with wrestling whatsoever in 2021.
Okay. No, that's fair. I mean, everybody has their line in the sand. Mine is just like, there's no point in seeing the conclusion of something that you've already know.
Right.
That's just me, though.
No, and I'll give you another point. I probably will never watch The Sopranos because I know everyone hated the ending. That's your point.
I didn't hate the ending.
Okay, you didn't. You're the only person that I know has not hated the ending.
You're
now,
welcome.
Unfortunately, I need to hear about 3 or 4 other people say I didn't hate the ending for me to give it a shot.
I'll ask my parents tomorrow and I'll come back with an answer. How about that?
Okay.
Because I told you earlier they watched the entire series in 3-4 weeks. So
no, wait, hold on. Just thought of this real quick. So they went into it not knowing the ending because I feel like that ending is one of the most famous endings in TV history.
I don't think they did.
Surprising.
You know what's funny is I feel like that's one of the most famous TV endings that people like bitched about, but not necessarily something that people like really spoke about in public. Like they would just talk about how it was lazy. It was like lazy booking. Like it was something that I always heard. But like nobody ever really talked about what it was. At least where I was at the time. Which I found interesting because people usually like when we sit here and we're analyzing wrestling, we sit here and we say why we're bitching about, what we that was one of the weird ones where it was like people really weren't giving their reasons for why.
Right.
Other than it was just the lazy way out.
All right, so we have a final call here. Kuter, if you don't have a final topic, then give your plugs and let's get out of here.
I have no plugs. I have no social media. I'm just a happy motherfucker. And it's been real working with you guys when you'd have me on, and I really appreciate it. Even though we always get testy, but that's, you need your yin with your yang. And I appreciate it.
And thank you personally, because like I said, I mean, I'd like to do something with you in the future. Well, maybe I'll try to figure out what other things you like. I mean, we've kind of gone on to some of the stuff that you might like that I might be able to bring you on for after season 1 of Kingdom Hearts happens.
There you go.
But yeah, we'll see what happens. Bill, why don't you? What were your overall? Kuter, what was your overall thoughts on WrestleMania 24?
I give it 2 thumbs up. I was thoroughly, there's really not a bad match on that card. It was,
and you learned something.
Yes, I learned that handicapped kids couldn't stand.
Right, that's right. All right, Bill, why don't you either give a final topic or send us out? Oh, not send us out here, but give us your plugs and whatnot.
I don't have any more topics.
Oh, I need one more Ring of Honor.
Oh, yeah, Ring of Honor. That's right. Okay, so real quick, Jay Briscoe defeated EC3.
Wow, that's surprising.
We had a triple threat match. Bandito defeated Flamita and Rey Horus. Matt Taven and Vincent was a taped match. There seemed to be no winner. It was announced that they are going to have a women's title tournament in the summer for Ring of Honor.
Do they have any women now?
They got like Angelina Love and Mandy Leone.
Okay.
So.
All right, I guess two people can start it. Go ahead.
Jonathan Gresham retained the pure title, beating Dak Draper. And Tracy Williams and Red Titus won the Ring of Honor tag team titles, beating Kenny King and Bestia del Ring, who was substituting for Dragon Lee.
That's crazy. Red Titus is still around. I remember interviewing him so many years ago. Does he still have the same? Do you know if he still has the same song, which I loved?
No, he's actually.
It's Red Titus.
He's actually in a new faction. So they don't. Yeah, they don't use that song anymore. The thrust is a must.
The thrust is a must. Red Titus. Okay. Anyway.
All right.
Anyway, so yeah. Where are you at, Bill? And you better promote Kingdom Hearts because Donald, Sora, and Goofy.
Follow me on Twitter at House of Bill. Instagram, Mr. Billiam85, and don't forget to check out Bill Learns Kingdom Hearts starting this Sunday. It is an absolute blast.
And as far as I go, I am Jim. You can follow me on That's Podcasting, that's podcasting.com, and That's Podcasting on Instagram and Twitter. Very excited about Bill Learns Kingdom Hearts. Straight up 13 episodes once a week on Kingdom Hearts 1. Thank you for joining me, and I'm sure I'll see you another time. I'm sure I'll probably appear on Bill's show. I'm sure I might at least follow AEW a bit. And who knows, maybe I'll come up with some weird wrestling idea that brings me back in the fold later on. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Have a great night, everyone.